the Cedar Bend Travel Plaza in Cedar City Saturday when a visit to the restroom turned serious for a Utah mother.
And when I came out, the lady in the stall next to me, she just kind of flung the door open.
A woman, visibly upset, passed this note to the Utah mother and in broken English pleaded for her help.
And I said, "Are you in trouble?" And she said, "Yes." And I said, "Okay, I'll help you." And then she said, "Give this to police. I have to go. He's waiting right outside. He's right there." And she was like shaking.
The woman told the Utah mother her boyfriend kidnapped her from Las Vegas and was going to hurt her. Not wanting to put her further at risk, the Utah mother secretly recorded the suspect while pretending to be on the phone until she could get his license plate.
As soon as I got the license plate number, I called 911.
Last June, the 29-year-old was paralyzed, and you won't believe how her family says it happened. They say it was a visit to a chiropractor for a routine neck adjustment that changed Caitlin's life forever. This 3D rendering shows what should happen during a neck adjustment. The chiropractor uses their hands to apply a sudden force to rotate or thrust the neck to pop a stubborn joint back into place.
She heard a crunching and felt something crunching in her neck.
4 arteries in her neck were ruptured. She suffered multiple strokes and cardiac arrest. Her mother, Darlene, was devastated. Caitlin endured 2 months in the ICU, followed by grueling rehab.
She has no ability to swallow.
Her brother gives her water and food through a tube in her stomach. Caitlin uses a letterboard to talk.
I'm definitely lucky to be alive.
Now she's getting used to her new home in Savannah, Georgia.
Everything is designed with you in mind. The oven is down low so that you can reach it.
It happened again. A family booted off an overbooked flight to make room for other passengers.
What are we supposed to do once we're off this plane?
And get this, a flight attendant actually said their kids would be taken away if they didn't surrender their seats.
So there's
Yeah,
going to
that's
be a
fine.
federal offense, and then you and your wife will be in jail, and your kids will be.
Okay, okay. So my kid, so my wife's, we're gonna be in jail, and my kids are gonna be what?
It happened on board a Delta Airlines flight from Hawaii to Los Angeles. Brian Shear and his wife Brittany were returning from vacation with their infant son and daughter when they were told to give up one of the seats. Brian had actually bought a seat for his teenage son. The teenager took an earlier flight. The family used that seat for their 2-year-old. Apparently, that switch gave the airline an excuse to take the seat back and give it to a standby passenger. A flight attendant actually suggested they take their infant son out of his car seat and sit on mom or dad's lap for the duration of the flight.
It's a red eye. He won't sleep unless he's in his car seat.
They threw a bag with a $3,500 guitar inside, but they had no idea that the famous singer who owns it would get his revenge in the most legendary way. Because sure enough, he found that his guitar was very badly damaged. So he calls United Airlines helpline, where they tell him that he's going to have to come back the next day, but he has a show that night, so he gets a taxi as quickly as possible to a nearby repair shop, where they charge him $1,200 to fix his guitar. And so he called the airline the next day to ask them to pay for the repairs. But they refused, telling him that it's too late now because he should have filed a complaint the day it happened, which he tried to do. So that's when he decided it was time to get revenge. He got a few of his friends together to write a song dissing United Airlines, thinking it would just be a funny joke. But although the airline wasn't concerned about the song at first, it suddenly started to get attention. So they freaked out and told him they would pay the $1,200 if he took the song down, but he refused, saying it was too late because they should have contacted him the day he posted it. That song ended up getting 19 million views, which cost United Airlines over $10 million.
The nurse says she was at the self-checkout at the Sims Walmart with her husband and 3 kids, fighting a malfunctioning scanner, even getting help from a Walmart associate. After she thought she'd finished and paid, she was stopped by an asset protection manager.
I remember going in that little room and I was like, this will be resolved. This was an accident. This wasn't on purpose.
She was eventually charged with stealing $48 worth of groceries, 11 items in all, including Christmas lights, a loaf of bread, and Cap'n Crunch cereal. She was eventually arrested, mugshot taken, but the criminal charge was eventually dropped when no one from Walmart showed up to court. By then, she said, the damage to her reputation had already been done, her ability to make a living stifled by the criminal charge. What was worse, she continued to receive demand letters from a Walmart-affiliated law firm offering to drop the matter if she paid them $200.
At first you think, oh, well, I'll pay it and then it'll all go away. But then I'm like, I didn't do anything wrong. Why would I pay for something that I didn't do?
At 10:30, Walmart employees will soon be wearing body cameras in what the nation's largest retailer calls a new security measure to protect shoppers and employees.
Walmart isn't the only retailer to implement body-worn cameras.
Now Walmart has decided to try it out, body cameras on their employees. So what do customers think? Walmart employees wearing body cameras.
I think it's a little bizarre. I don't want someone to just follow me with a camera while I'm getting groceries.
Walmart already is testing the technology at stores in Texas, and soon SoCal Walmart workers could be wearing them too. The nation's largest retailer says it's not just to deter shoplifters. It's also to keep their employees safe from increasingly aggressive customers. Shoppers we talked with tonight in Burbank have mixed reviews, but agreed if employees in blue vests are wearing cameras, it might just encourage customers to stay off the naughty list.
Told she could not keep her share of the tip.
I was to give my cash over to my shift manager to be taken, and then that I was going to be taking home 20%.
Brandt says she told the group of diners that she would have to split the tip with the entire staff. Wise then asked the restaurant for the money back to give it to her specifically. Brandt says this is why she was fired several days later.
It was devastating.
But the restaurant owners dispute this in an interview with NBC's Northwest Arkansas affiliate.
The employee terminated was not terminated for retaining the tip received that evening.
Wise said he had called ahead to make sure the restaurant did not pull tips, which is common industry practice.
They did not call ahead and ask of our tipping policy, nor did they email and ask about our tipping policy. But because of the guest's request, we honored it and just handed it out to the servers that they had.
I think it's incredibly unfortunate, and especially this close to the holidays. We're going to try to help her raise enough money to get through the next couple of months.
What you need on a long flight home, a ponytail flopping into your space and obstructing your TV screen. The photo was posted by Boston Globe columnist Dante Ramos. Congrats to the ponytailed young woman in seat 22B. You've invented a whole new way to be awful at 35,000 feet. Flying these days can be anxiety-inducing, but encountering just plain rude passengers can really drive you up the wall. How about this for obnoxious behavior? Bare feet right at your elbow, even your head. Or what about the guy doing yoga in the aisle? And is it really appropriate to give a foot massage on a plane? Flight attendant Sean Kathleen started the page.
People love the passenger shaming movement. They're taking the photographs because they can't take it anymore.
Look at that mess. Used diapers left behind in the seat pocket. Not nice. And is there some reason this passenger just had to trim their nails high in the sky? And how'd you like to be sitting next to a shirtless passenger? Hey fella, it's a plane, not the beach. So the next time you're on a plane, please think twice before you make yourself too comfortable, because you're just one click away from
A 72-year-old woman up since 4 this morning, scraping all the snow and ice off of her 45-foot driveway.
And she was scolded by the Public Works driver operating the plow, and he called police.
Whenever they plow into the front of your driveway, you take that across the street.
But basically, you're saying the only snow that you take across the street is the snow that they plow and push into your driveway?
Yes, sir.
Scolded for shoveling.
What did she do? She only shoveled her 45-foot driveway. Trilco is 72 years old and started the task hours before sunrise.
I can't believe you did all this shoveling by yourself.
Usually I do both, but not today.
How long did it take you to shovel your driveway?
Well, I started probably about 4 o'clock this morning, but I took breaks.
The only thing that irked Trilco is the municipality's snowplow that shoved more snow back into the entrance of her driveway.
I don't have any room here or I'm going to be blocked in.
So after the plow blocked her driveway, she took the load of snow across the street so the plow can shove it on the other side.
Dad said he'd match whatever his high school age son saved up for a car
But now the dad wants to break the promise because the kid saved up $35,000. When the parents made this promise, the boy only had around $5,000 in savings, and the parents thought he'd end up with something reasonable, like maybe $10,000 and ask for a $20,000 car. But while the dad was playing checkers, this boy was playing some form of supercharged chess. The son bought smart stock options and now will have around $35,000 after tax. The dad doesn't think his son did anything more than get stupid lucky. They believe it's irresponsible for a teenager to drive a $70,000 vehicle. The parents definitely consider this a healthier option, but also acknowledge that their son might be disappointed at having to give up his dream of having a luxury vehicle. The parents should hold to their end of the deal. A promise is a promise after all, but it seems like there's a compromise here that gets the son a decent car and a decent savings. Ultimately, it's not a bad situation for any of them to be in, parents or son. The son showed a lot of ingenuity and financial smarts, while his parents are looking toward the future. What would you do as the parents in this situation?
She was going through this phone case. Her debit card was missing. Lena says she tried reaching the LAPD a dozen times.
When the detectives wouldn't do anything.
So Lena turned relentless investigator. She went to every store where her card was used.
They sent me clips of him using it and saw him not only using my card.
Weeks had passed. Thousands of dollars had been charged to her missing card. And no break. Lena enlarged the suspect photo. And finally, it hit her like a ton of bricks. The suspect, the guy on the store surveillance video, looked exactly like the friendly cop who handled her intake that emotional day at the detention center.
I put it together and I said, this actually looks a lot like the police officer that took my stuff through security that I met at the Metropolitan Detention Center.
Suddenly, the LAPD was urgently calling her.
The moment that they confirmed that it was him, also relieved, because I thought that meant, okay, I'm getting my money back and justice is going to be served.
79-year-old Delta flight attendant says she was fired out of the blue because of her age. Do you feel betrayed?
Absolutely.
Ida Gomez Llanos says during her 57 years of service, she earned praise from the airline for her exemplary work. She says she didn't have a single sick day in the last 30 years.
Luckily, my health is excellent. I never get sick.
So why was she abruptly let go?
Did somebody actually claim that you took a carton of milk from the airplane and that's a reason to fire you?
That was only part of it. The other part was the fact that the flight attendants had lied so much about me.
Ida says she became the target of a smear campaign by coworkers who were jealous about her $250,000 a year salary. That's 4 times what new flight attendants make. Because of seniority, she also had first choice of coveted flight routes. Ida was just 22 years old when she became a flight attendant in 1962. It was the golden age of flying, the swinging 60s.
When flying was glamorous.
Yes, yes.
Ida has seen it all, and now because of her age, she feels she's being put out to pasture.
I've been there 57 years, and I never did anything to be fired for.
Our hidden cameras caught employees with the LA Homeless Services Authority throwing cases of taxpayer-funded food right into the dumpster. Food that's supposed to go to the homeless, now going in the trash. You can see it here just come pouring out of the box. And not just once or twice.
We saw it continuously inside the dumpster, boxes of food with fresh sandwiches for the homeless inside.
It's a sandwich, an apple, and water. We saw food thrown away almost every day, all unopened packages labeled "Eat Good Food." But despite the tens of thousands of homeless going hungry on the streets of LA, no one got to eat this food because we saw LAHSA employees like this woman just throw it in the trash.
It's a theft of taxpayer dollars. These people are being paid to go out and service and take care of people. So not only are they stealing their pay, but they're throwing away good, valuable food for people who have nothing to eat.
A husband and his pregnant wife were rushing to a hospital emergency room, but were blocked by 2 parked police cars. So the panicked dad-to-be honked his horn, and that led to one ugly confrontation.
This father-to-be was taking his pregnant wife to the hospital, but says he found 2 cop cars blocking the road near the entrance.
I honked
just to let them know I was there.
One patrol car moves and Kevin Enciso drives around the other one. But an officer gets out, and that's when things really go downhill fast.
Sir, give me your license.
Can I have your sergeant?
Give me your license.
I've asked for your supervisor already.
Enciso explains why they're at the hospital.
She was in a car accident.
Okay.
She's going to be seen by her doctor at emergency room to make sure the baby is okay.
Then a fire rescue truck that the cop called in arrives, and the crew checks out the pregnant woman. Keep in mind, they're just steps from the emergency room.
After they checked on her, they saw her blood pressure was skyrocketing.
Finally, the mom-to-be and her husband are allowed to proceed. The Miami-Dade Police Department tells us they immediately initiated an internal affairs investigation.
Thousands of people across the globe reacting now to this story of an 18-year-old waitress here, shaken by a hateful message left by customers scrawled at the bottom of a bill.
Sadie Ellich was born here in Harrisonburg. She's waitressed at Jess's downtown since she was 16. She's been telling reporters now how last week a couple came in for lunch and refused to even look at her. Instead, the couple wrote on the bottom of the check, "We only tip citizens." When Sadie's grandfather heard about it, he was furious.
I'd do the jail time if I could get an opportunity to punch the son of a gun in the face.
The woman who signed the check came back to the restaurant to complain about Sadie.
The restaurant manager says that the woman who signed the check and the man who was with her came back here after the story broke and made such a scene that he called the police. He says if they ever come back here again, they will be charged with trespassing.
I only have 4 minutes to go to the bathroom, so I don't really have enough time because we're always in a rush.
Those 4 minutes 11-year-old Eric Orozco is talking about are the 4 minutes the students get for passing time between periods. It's suggested they use the bathroom during that time too.
They said you could do it in your passing time, but your passing time is only 4 minutes. And you still have to walk to your class.
Eric sat back down in his seat Friday afternoon after he was told no. That's when the accident happened. So once again, he asked permission to leave the room to get himself cleaned up.
She didn't realize he had peed his pants and told him no again. You can't use the bathroom.
Finally, Eric made himself clear.
She kind of felt bad about me.
He was sent to the dean's office and then to the health office.
He had to walk through the center of his classroom to tell the teacher he had an accident.
Once Eric got to the nurse's office, he waited for his mom to come get him.
When she arrived at the school, she found him completely soiled, uncovered, no curtain, no privacy. Our son was completely soiled in his own pee.
A black man claims he was denied access to a bathroom at a Los Angeles area store, even though a white man was given the entry code. Neither were paying customers.
Once the thing happened this past weekend in Philadelphia, that's when I was like, hey, that same thing happened to me.
In the newly resurfaced video, a white Starbucks customer named Weston tells Brandon Ward he had no problems getting access to the bathroom.
You asked for the code and they just gave it to you, right? Before you made a purchase.
Yeah. Ward, who was refused the code minutes earlier, then confronts a Starbucks manager about the apparent double standard.
Business. This is not your business, though. Okay, you may be the store manager, but you're not you're not in charge.
He says a security guard escorted him out before police arrived.
It should have been a sign right there that said whites only, because that's how they treated it.
Ward originally posted the video of his encounter on Instagram in January, but it's received new attention this week.
Have you seen the video coming out of LA from the Starbucks incident happening there?
Starbucks CEO Kevin Johnson would not answer questions about the latest video.
At Montgomery, Alabama's Carver High, the morning rush to school is now a morning rush to scroll.
Power your phone off!
New this year, middle and high school students now forced to lock away their phones before the bell rings.
When did they get it back?
2:45.
2:45.
Right.
Principal Gary Hall pushed for the policy and the pouch to enforce it.
They were texting, tweeting, you name it, while classes were going on.
Put it in the pouch then.
Here's how it works. At the beginning of the day, students put their cell phones in these pouches.
Once it's locked, it is really hard to get back open.
They can keep it with them, they just can't open them. They're sealed.
There you go, have a good day.
This unlocking magnet, the only thing designed to free them. It's not completely foolproof.
We found a lot of cell phone cases with no phone.
For students,
show of hands,
Who doesn't like the pouch?
It's a painful adjustment. While most parents are for the pouch, others fear their children will not have their phone when they need it most.
If there's an emergency, how can I contact my child?
Mystery solved. This woman says she's no jewel thief. She's actually a retired pharmacy clerk who happens to grow her nails long and paints them black. And, by the way, that's her ring.
Horrible. I don't deserve this. Nobody deserves this.
Last week, Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Kyle Richards claimed the ring had been stolen from her mansion in 2017. She thought it had been lost forever until she spotted the ring in this photo posted on Instagram by, of all people, actress Diane Keaton. Keaton says she saw the ring being worn by a fortune teller she ran into in Santa Monica. The grandma says, much to her embarrassment, many of her relatives recognized her hand when the story went viral.
My twin sister called me last Thursday and she said, Diana, your hands are on Google.
How long have you had that ring?
My mother was killed 40 years ago and my dad gave me her wedding band, which is this ring.
Want proof? Diana still has the ring's appraisal from 1980. Family photos also show she's worn the ring forever. Even back then, she had those long black fingernails.
I've always had long nails. I'm lost without them.
Now the grandma is demanding an apology from both Kyle Richards and Diane Keaton.
I deserve an apology. I mean, this is terrible.
It's the teacher freakout the whole country is talking about.
What so proudly we hail!
52-year-old chemistry teacher Margaret Giesinger sings the national anthem while cutting a student's hair.
By the twilight!
The student can't believe what's happening.
Next! I'm not done.
That's when Giesinger turns her scissors on a young lady who flees before any hair is cut.
Oh, Miss G!
Total chaos ensues. The whole class runs for the exit, and the teacher ended up getting arrested for alleged child endangerment. Today, she is still behind bars. I spoke with her husband, Peter, about the bizarre episode.
What would possess your wife to do such a thing?
This is beyond, anything I could imagine her doing. Something happened to her stress-wise, and she just must have flipped out.
Students at the high school outside Fresno, California, say the teacher had been acting strangely for several days before the meltdown. Her teaching credentials have reportedly been suspended twice before.
Yes, I think she should be charged.
Ariana Grande's donut licking scandal is landing the small donut shop in hot water. The pop diva caused a huge uproar when she was caught on surveillance tape apparently licking a donut. The problem for the little mom-and-pop shop is that the donuts had been left exposed on the counter. Local health inspectors in California went to the shop on Wednesday and lowered their rating from A to B. We went back to the donut shop today and spoke to the owner, Rick Marin.
Yes, I think she should be charged.
The pop diva isn't jumping up and down for joy today. She's in crisis mode with her social media pages blowing up with negative reaction. Ariana is trying her best to explain why she uttered an anti-American phrase. At first she says, "What the blank is that?" when the tray of donuts is placed before her. And then says, "I hate Americans. I hate America." Ariana says she was reacting to the tray of fattening donuts and that eating too much of this kind of stuff is bad for your health.
A heavily armed SWAT team surrounds a house. They're looking for a dangerous truck thief. What they didn't expect to find inside the Denver house was a 78-year-old grandmother. There she is. She has just taken a shower. She's still wearing a bathrobe and hair bonnet.
So nobody else is in the house, ma'am?
No, nobody else is in the house.
Ruby Johnson is in complete disbelief.
I see stuff like this on the movie, but I didn't think it'd ever happen.
The SWAT team moves in and begins their search. You can hear the shower still running. They rip the lock off a storage unit and find a Christmas tree. And while the elderly homeowner sat in the back of the patrol car, her house was searched top to bottom. But here's the kicker. The SWAT team was at the wrong house.
She didn't know. She was so confused. She was very upset.
with the whole situation, very emotional. She was crying. I had to try to calm her down.
Now a jury has awarded Mrs. Johnson $3.76 million.
Definitely putting a smile on her.
All of you went to jail.
Yes.
They all say they were charged with theft after Hertz incorrectly reported their rental cars had been stolen.
I was thrown to the ground, I was arrested, and I was locked up for over a week.
Paul Anthony Knight says he was wrongly arrested and charged with felony auto theft for a Hertz rental he properly paid for.
Absolutely, they knew I had their car.
And you're paying for the car?
I absolutely paid for their car.
His case was eventually dismissed, but not before he says it took a heavy toll on his life.
There was that felony hanging over my head, and I've never felt more guilty of something that I know definitively I did not do.
Julius Burnside said Hertz filed a stolen car report on him, too. He says he eventually cleared up the mess by showing this receipt proving he'd paid Hertz. The charges were dismissed, but not before he sat in jail for half a year.
I wasn't going to say I stole something, and I know I paid for it.
Is it fair to say that Hertz destroyed your life?
Hertz destroyed more than just my life. It affected my families, my kids.
It's a lot.
School has not started yet, and this group of incoming Brockton High students is already met with a locked door at McDonald's after freshman orientation.
And sometimes they do a lot of troubles. You know, here they messed up the chairs and the table and everything, you know.
He lets kids in one at a time through the locked door to order.
I like the kids. I love when they come here. I just tell them to come one at a time because sometimes because they are a lot, they can make a little bit trouble.
The challenge is the location. McDonald's is next to a brand new Starbucks. Both Belmont Street businesses are directly across from the high school's main entrance. During school dismissal, they're overflowing with kids from the state's biggest high school. The new Starbucks will close its indoor seating from 1:30 to 3 every day, a spokesperson says. Kids say that move feels like a snub. Police patrol the area in these busy hours. Adults say the businesses might be overreacting and that they remember when restaurants opened doors to kids after school.
They welcomed the kids in to the point where they put peanut butter and jelly sandwiches on their menu back.
Hundreds of students are refusing to go into their own high school because their high school decided to ban cell phones. This is the high school that decided to ban the use of their cell phones, Madison High School. It is located in Houston, Texas. And you already know that all the students basically at this high school are not very happy about this new rule. And a lot of parents of the students are not happy about this as well. The high school stated that the reasoning as to why they decided to ban the cell phones in the first place is to hopefully stop the amount of fights that happen at this school. All the students have to turn in their cell phones before they enter the school building. And as you can see right here, a bunch of these students are starting to protest outside of the high school. Now, like I said, this situation has just started to go viral, and a lot of people have different opinions about it. Some people think that this is a very smart idea to ban cell phones, but other people think this is just not a smart idea at all, especially for safety reasons. A lot of students at this high school have come out and stated that they feel like their high school is treating them like prisoners, and they also feel like their high school's main priority is not their safety at all, especially with the ban of cell phones. This is definitely a very interesting situation, and I'm really curious to know your thoughts about all this.
54-year-old Rebecca Brown says her father's life savings once filled this purse until it was seized at the airport by law enforcement.
So it was sitting on the top like this, and I just sent it right through the TSA screening belt.
The $82,000 in cash represented her father's entire life savings. Rebecca Brown says her dad asked her to deposit the cash in a bank for safekeeping. She says she was flying home after the family visit when TSA agents pulled her aside at the airport in Pittsburgh and questioned her on why she was carrying such a large sum of cash. She explained it was her dad's life savings. But then a DEA agent got involved, and that was the last she saw of the cash.
He said, we're seizing the money. He put it into a Ziploc bag, said, sign here. And he said, you'll hear from us. And walked away with my dad's $82,000. I kept saying to him, please don't do this. This is my dad's life savings. Please don't do this.
Now, Rebecca and her dad, a retired train engineer, are suing to have the money returned to them.
It's just unbelievable that this could happen to hardworking American citizens.
We'll do it right now. And
she went on a live saying that she was told by the nurses if she needs anything at all, just to unplug one of the baby's monitors and they'll come. So she unplugs one of the monitors, and when they come, she says it's not an emergency. She was just wondering if they could get her a turkey sandwich.
No, you're fine. It's not an emergency. Oh. I just was gonna see if you could bring me a turkey.
And I'm telling you with 100% confidence, there's absolutely no way in hell any nurse told her to unplug one of the baby's monitors. Even if the baby wasn't in intensive care, a nurse would never say that to anybody. And hello, every room has a call light. And one of the things we're supposed to do before we leave the room is make sure the patient, or in this case the mother, has that light. This mother actually does this several times. Watch this.
They made it up. I didn't say they made that up. Yes, if you need something, they tell you to unplug this. We'll do it right now.
If you're so concerned about a drink, maybe you should have made sure to have it with you before you sat in that chair. Now, she's gotten rid of her account, but if you search her name, you'll find all kinds of other videos she's posted.
In a shocking turn of events, Sophie and Aaron Long were all set for their big day. But fate hit them with a heavy blow. Just 6 weeks before their wedding, things took a terrible turn when Sophie's wedding ring turned out to be a fake. She discovered that the ring, originally bought from Kay Jewelers, had been swapped for a counterfeit. Even though her engagement ring was worth $6,500, Kay Jewelers had secretly replaced the diamonds with cheap cubic zirconia. To make matters worse, Sophie was told this was all done without her consent. This isn't an isolated incident. More and more customers are coming forward on social media, claiming that Kay Jewelers replaced their diamonds with cheap stones, even vanished with the entire ring. Consumer trust has been seriously betrayed. Sophie and Aaron have decided to stay cautious moving forward, but the anger and disappointment over these dishonest sellers are just too much for them to ignore.
While I've been here, I've been getting sick.
She's being called the roommate from hell, a college freshman who hated her roommate so much, she allegedly did some diabolical things to get her roommate to move out. This college student says living with her roommate actually made her sick.
This is beyond ridiculous.
Chanel Rowe moved into her dorm at the University of Hartford in Connecticut in August. Her assigned roommate was 18-year-old Brianna Brochu, and they did not get along.
I felt like I was unwanted.
Pretty soon, Chanel says her throat started to hurt.
While I've been here, I've been getting sick.
Finally, Chanel had enough and moved out. That's when Brianna posted this shocking admission on Instagram. After 1.5 months of spitting in her coconut oil, putting her toothbrush places where the sun doesn't shine, and so much more, I can finally say goodbye, Jamaican Barbie. Brianna's antics may have given her roommate a bacterial infection in her throat. Chanel's Facebook video has now gone viral. It even got the attention of top TV producer Shonda Rhimes of Scandal fame, who raised this inhumane, ignorant waste of space.
Catch that kid! This youngster jumps into a trash can in a last-ditch effort to hide from police. And it was all captured on a neighbor's home security camera. Moments later, a cop walks by on the hunt.
Which way did that kid run?
It was a scorching 90 degrees outside, but the 14-year-old sat in the trash can for 30 minutes, at which point he peeks his head up and hops out once he checked that the coast was clear. He casually walks away, then takes off. Homeowner Zach Pierce was home with his baby when it all went down.
What was your reaction when you saw what was going on?
Yeah, I saw him jump out, and I go, that's a really gross spot to play hide and seek, because that's what I thought was going on.
How gross? He showed us what was inside that trash can.
Baby diapers and cat litter scoopings.
So it doesn't smell too pleasant.
Yeah, it's, I mean, you can smell it when it's hot out and it's full like that. I mean, you walk by 10 feet away, you can get a little whiff of it.
Turns out it was all for nothing. The kid was caught about an hour later. Police in Bend, Oregon say the youngster was wanted for theft.
Ring video goes viral in Texas, showing an officer taping a bag of unknown opaque white liquid on a man's front door.
What the fuck is that?
But the Lubbock Police Department says it may not be what you think. It all started when a Lubbock radio host known as JR called non-emergency police after finding a bag of white liquid taped to his door. Ring security video shows an officer taping the bag back onto the door before knocking.
I'll be able to get the 303 references call still, guys.
The DJ took to Twitter saying, quote, Lubbock police told me the officer thought the bag of milk was mine and was returning it. Am I being punked right now? Lubbock police took to social media to clear up the internet rumors, saying the responding officer spoke with someone who told him an opaque white liquid that appeared to be milk was left in a bag. The officer then returned it to what he believed was the correct department.
He said, "You're telling me that Bank of America lost $33,000 of my money, and you're telling me right here to my face there's nothing you can do." That's right, sir.
It was like a bad dream, except it was real.
I started to think I may not see the money ever.
Brian Leonard deposited $33,000 into his account at Bank of America. Then it disappeared.
Nobody said, "We'll find out where the money is. We'll make good on it. We'll take care of it." There was none of that.
It all began here in Brian's kitchen.
My wife and I are in the midst of a big kitchen remodel.
Brian had to pay the contractor and needed to transfer $33,000 from his account at Wells Fargo to his account at B of A. He brought a cashier's check straight to the teller at B of A so it would clear right away.
And she said it would post that afternoon or next morning at the latest.
However, when he checked his account the next day, the money was not there. He called B of A, and it was not good news.
The woman said that there was no record of the transaction, so as far as she was concerned, no transaction happened.
They threw a bag with a $3,500 guitar inside, but they had no idea that the famous singer who owns it would get his revenge in the most legendary way. Because sure enough, he found that his guitar was very badly damaged. So he calls United Airlines helpline, where they tell him that he's going to have to come back the next day, but he has a show that night, so he gets a taxi as quickly as possible to a nearby repair shop, where they charge him $1,200 to fix his guitar. And so he called the airline the next day to ask them to pay for the repairs. But they refused, telling him that it's too late now because he should have filed a complaint the day it happened, which he tried to do. So that's when he decided it was time to get revenge. He got a few of his friends together to write a song dissing United Airlines, thinking it would just be a funny joke. But although the airline wasn't concerned about the song at first, it suddenly started to get attention. So they freaked out and told him they would pay the $1,200 if he took the song down, but he refused, saying it was too late because they should have contacted him the day he posted it. That song ended up getting 19 million views, which cost United Airlines over $10 million.
This mom is fed up with her teenage son not answering her calls or texts.
Sorry, person you assigned your reach.
So Sharon Standiford decided to do something about it. She developed an app that actually shuts down her son's phone. It's called Ignore No More.
My son was not happy when we were developing this app because he knew that we were going to use the app on him.
Here's how it works. When kids don't answer, the parent remotely disables the child's phone so they can't text or play games. They're then forced to call the parent to get a password to unlock their phone. It all started when Sharon, a school teacher and Iraq War veteran from Houston, couldn't reach her son Bradley. The 17-year-old was busy playing video games and ignored his mom's calls. Sharon and her husband spent a year creating the app and tested it on Bradley, who couldn't figure out how to disable it.
I didn't like it.
He may not like it, but it worked. Bradley doesn't ignore his mom anymore.
My son will ignore me no more.
This lovely lady is my 10-year-old daughter.
After a father punished his daughter for bullying.
Today, my beautiful daughter is going to walk 5 miles to school in 36-degree weather.
That's right. 5 miles to school in the cold. Matt Cox says his daughter Kirsten was kicked off the school bus for 3 days for bullying another student. He posted this video on Facebook giving a narration as he followed little Kirsten in his car.
She said, "Daddy, you're going to have to take me to school next week." As you see this morning, she is learning otherwise.
Parents need to hold their kids accountable. So that was me showing how I'm holding my kid accountable.
Bullying is unacceptable, especially in my household.
The Toledo, Ohio girl says she's been picked on too.
I was bullied many times by bigger kids than me, smaller kids.
How did that make you feel?
Sad.
The video is triggering mixed responses on social media. Good for him, well done. But there's this too. Bullying the bully, never-ending cycle.
I know a lot of you parents are not going to agree with this.
When Liza Kurtz moved into her new Arizona home last month, it wasn't quite unoccupied. A homeless couple was living on the porch. The previous owner had let the couple stay there while the house was empty.
This is where they're living, so it's just a small standard tent. My folks were actually known in the neighborhood a little bit, and they asked them to stay on the porch and just keep an eye on the place.
But once Liza got to know them, she decided they could stay.
Of course, we're not going to move you on when the next place you go is a stretch of concrete with no shade, when the summer's coming on, when things are heating up. I mean, it really is a health and safety issue in a lot of ways.
Turns out Liza is particularly concerned about this because she is also a PhD student working on heat and health in Phoenix. The hot days forced the couple to put up a tarp to shield them from the sun, which led the city to issue Liza a notice of an ordinance violation.
And it was just saying that visible tarps are against ordinance and that it needs to be removed.
She was taken aback, but because of her work, Liza knew Phoenix city officials were trying to solve the growing homeless problem and beautify the neighborhood. So instead of getting upset, she took a different approach.
This is the security video Neil Strassner requested himself and shared with us. The moment a contract worker with TSA hands him a note.
Got handed something. I really didn't even look at the thing. I kept going. She called back to me a couple times. Asked me if I was going to read the note or open it or something like that. So I do, and I kind of just look at it, look at her, kind of like shrug my shoulders. She laughs.
He says the note read, quote, "You ugly." Strassner says he wasn't offended, but worried others might be.
You never know where somebody is really in their day or their head. The more you think about it, the more you come to the conclusion it's easier to smile than do this.
This happened last month. Strassner requested the video after people didn't believe him. He doesn't think he was the only one who got a note.
At the end of the video I requested, she literally just takes a pen out of her pocket and starts writing another one. So I know I wasn't the only guy that got him.
Ashley Brady of Miamisburg only has one leg. Her apartment complex helped her out by giving her a parking space near the door, but one of her neighbors isn't happy about it.
This is the Reno knee.
26-year-old Ashley Brady lost her right leg in an accident last year. After learning how to walk again with a prosthetic, stairs are the easy part.
I struggled a lot across the parking lot with the snow and ice trying to learn how to balance and walk. I fell multiple times.
So her apartment complex designated this parking spot for Ashley to park closer and avoid icy falls.
I finally get my handicap parking spot last Thursday, and then I come home on Saturday and they're parking in my parking spot.
She decided to leave a note when she didn't see a handicap placard or plate.
I was stern and confident in what I was saying. She, in return, had placed this really rude letter under my windshield wiper. It says, "Hey, handicapped. First, never place your hands on my car again. Second, honey, one leg touches my property, I will cause trouble. So go cry your struggles to someone who cares, because I'm walking away with both mine."
A few more choice words.
I read it probably like 5 times over and over, because my brain just couldn't even process the level of mean that it was.
Jetliner was turned around mid-flight when this granny was labeled a threat by a flight attendant. Ellen Fleming was traveling with her husband and 2 grandchildren when she says she made a simple request that escalated out of control.
It's not right.
Ellen Fleming says she found wet garbage in the seat pocket in front of her and asked a flight attendant to throw it away. She says he immediately became angry.
He just hauled himself up to his full height and said, "I'm a flight attendant and I don't look after garbage."
Ellen says minutes later, she tried to put the garbage on a food cart.
He swiped my arm away, and the garbage flew all over us, and then I just, with my foot, I just kind of scraped it off away from my feet.
She says these photos show her bruise from being hit. Soon after, the pilot announced that the Air Canada flight was returning to Toronto due to an incident on board. Police took her off the plane.
Well, at one point I told them that they're taking the wrong person off. I said it should be the flight attendant, because he lied.
Guys, check this out. It doesn't look like a problem, just a fresh paint job. Well, what if you didn't ask for this and the painter still said you had to pay up? That's what's going on here. Linden Street in Mentor-on-the-Lake got a fresh coat of paint this week.
If you just look up and down, there's numbers painted on just about every household here.
Thing is, nobody asked for it, but most people paid. Tom Horvath is one of the few who didn't.
I don't pay for anything I didn't request. I didn't give him any money.
He told me he's lived here for more than 40 years, and he's not having that.
Well, as you get older, you feel less uncomfortable saying no.
But Tom didn't realize the numbers painted in front of his house are part of a scam.
And they didn't have any permission from the city.
Oh, they did not? Well, then they lied about that.
It could be watercolors, it could wash off in a week, I don't know.
Police Chief John Gielick told me this happens everywhere, and the painters may claim to have city permission, but they don't, and they certainly don't work for the city.
We're calling her the Ant from Hell and the Antichrist. Why? Because she sued her 12-year-old nephew. It happened when Jennifer Connell arrived at her nephew's 8th birthday party at his house in swanky Westport, Connecticut. That's when the little boy, whose identity we're protecting, leaped into her arms, saying, "Auntie Jen, I love you."
And she falls backward and falls on her wrist, breaking it. She was suing for more than $127,000 worth of damages.
But the jurors apparently didn't appreciate the fact that an aunt was suing her little nephew. It took them just 25 minutes to reach a verdict and sent the aunt home without a penny. The drama continued as the aunt was driven away from court. The aunt's lawyers say our client was very reluctant to pursue this case, but in the end, she had no choice but to sue the minor defendant directly to get her bills paid. Her hand was forced by the insurance company. Connell insists she loves her nephew.
This is not an illusion. The price of gas here really is an astounding 69 cents a gallon. And drivers couldn't believe it. People rushed to the Sacramento gas station to fill up. But now it turns out it was one big costly mistake. And the manager says it cost him his job.
Oh yeah, I would fire me too, you know.
I spoke to gas station manager John Cesena, who says somehow the decimal point in the advertised price of $6.99 a gallon ended up in the wrong spot, and the price became 69 cents a gallon.
It was a malfunction, and I should have checked it.
John says he wasn't there when motorists lined up around the block for 3 hours to fill up, but he sure heard about it from his boss.
He told me, well, the gas was set at 69 cents, and I just went, oh my gosh.
Why wouldn't the gas station just close if they realized, hey, this is priced wrong?
I don't believe the cashier knew exactly what was going on, and people just lined up and took the gas.
The mistake cost the gas station $16,000.
Local man goes to jail for refusing to give police the passcode on his iPhone. He spent 44 nights behind bars because of it.
Pulled over in Tampa when he failed to use his blinker last June. Then officers smelled pot.
He said, yes, I smoke marijuana. There's marijuana in the vehicle.
Montanez's attorney says on scene, a text message popped up on one of his two phones. OMG, did they find it? It made police very interested in what else was on his phone.
Went to a judge and they got a search warrant. They showed up at my client's house days later and said, we demand that you give up the passcodes to these phones.
He refused. Then a judge threw him in jail for 44 days. William Montanez became the poster boy for privacy.
I think the judge was completely wrong.
Stacey Hervey says the reason why Montanez ended up in jail for not giving up his passcode, the courts haven't definitely ruled.
I think it's an issue where legal precedent really isn't keeping up with what police officers are trying to do in technology.
You seen a black pink? You were trying to teach my daughter to lie to me.
When he picked up his two kids from Sage Montessori Charter School on Thursday.
My son had just told me right off the top that, hey, Brianna, you need to tell Dad what happened.
A classmate she's had trouble with before asked her an inappropriate question.
Have you seen a black pink?
Brianna, a fourth grader, was also called the N-word. Then she says her teacher told her not to talk about it.
She said, don't tell your dad.
Washington was in shock. He went straight to the teacher and recorded their conversation on his cell phone.
Why would you tell her, don't tell me that?
Because I thought we resolved the problem.
Washington says he had a right to know.
I am not going to make a big deal out of every single thing that happens to children, especially with...
Not a big deal?
But it was a big deal for Brianna and her dad.
Because I don't like things like that, and it scares me. Then why do you keep hanging out with these people?
Blaming my daughter for this incident.
Washington is worried about what his daughter is learning.
You taught my daughter to lie to me. You were trying to teach my daughter to lie to me.
61-year-old Antonio Roman is accused of weaponizing his sprinkler system to shoot water at his neighbor's disabled kids getting on their bus.
School bus is arriving. Sprinklers are off at 08:11 hours.
A corporal with the Marion County Sheriff's Office staked out the neighborhood, watching as the school bus pulled up.
Sprinklers are now activated as the bus stopped.
He looked on as only the sprinklers pointing toward the bus turned on, and the rest of the yard remained dry. The water sprayed directly toward Kevin Martin and his children.
I found it shocking and kind of appalling, but also huge kudos to the father of this family. He had started wearing swim clothes to get his children on the bus so that he could use his body as a shield to protect his kids.
Once the bus left,
and sprinklers are now off and disengaged.
Clearly not enough time to water your lawn, just enough time to really disturb and distress the family next door as they're trying to just get their children to school.
Little girl was trying to sell bottled water so she could go to Disneyland. Now her story has exploded into a flood of controversy. That video of her neighbor calling the police now viewed more than 1 million times.
Cold water, $2 only.
This morning, 8-year-old Jordan Rogers is an internet sensation for selling bottled water on the street in front of her house.
This woman don't want to let a little girl sell some water.
This woman is Allison Edel. This morning, she's a social media villain for calling the cops on her young neighbor.
Yeah, and illegally selling water without a permit?
Edel, being called Permit Patty online, says she was working at home upstairs, and Jordan's sales pitch was loud and nonstop.
I tried to be polite, but I was stern. And I said, please, I'm trying to work. You're screaming, you're yelling. And people have open windows. It's a hot day. Can you please keep it down?
Edel says she never confronted Jordan, just her mother, Erin Austin, who took this video.
That woman thought that she could use her white privilege, and it didn't work.
I bought the ticket, and now he's trying to lie and say I said split.
It was all smiles after Barb Reddick and her nephew Tyrone McGinnis picked up their big win, $1.2 million Chase the Ace jackpot. But it didn't take long for things to turn sour when both were handed separate checks for $600,000.
Chase the Ace winners is going to court. I'm taking him to court. It was my ticket.
Why's that?
I said split with the 50-50, not with no Chase the Ace. I'm taking him to court. I'm getting my lawyer tomorrow.
Both names were on the winning ticket. Reddick says she only agreed to split the consolation prize and not the jackpot if the ace was drawn.
I put his name on the thing. I told him for good luck. Now he's lying. But I'm taking it to court. I'm serious. I'm getting a lawyer tomorrow.
But his aunt says she put her nephew's name on the ticket only for good luck.
Yeah, he was lucky, but not for $500,000.
You don't think he deserves it?
No, I don't think so.
Both families of the winning ticket left Marguerite in separate vehicles, and the next time they'll see each other could be in court.
Video is disturbing. One incident after another as punks come up to a house outside San Clemente, California to harass an Asian American family that has just moved in. Now 50 neighbors are banding together to say enough is enough, not on our block. They're bringing their lawn chairs and taking turns standing guard to stop the family's torment.
I think you can see from the crowd here that we're not going to stand for this.
The family says the harassment is upsetting. Here, someone shines a light to blind the Ring camera. It's not just door knocks. Others reportedly hurl racial epithets. Attorney Jeffrey Katz represents the parents of one youngster.
They've severely punished their son. They've brought him over to the Chinese family for an apology.
Just to make sure their message gets out, many of the concerned neighbors have put up signs like this that say hate has no home here. Their campaign comes amid a rash of attacks on Asian Americans.
Our people are living in fear of walking outside of their doors right now.
Using food as punishment. That right there is the Warden Burger. Butler County Sheriff Richard Jones serves it to inmates in isolation.
He has caught a lot of flack on social media about this, one person even calling him a disgusting human. The sheriff tells us he's been serving it to inmates in isolation for all 3 meals for the last several years.
This is jail. You don't get to choose. Your mommy and your dad and your Aunt Lily doesn't get to make your meals.
The sheriff says inmates get put in isolation for things like fighting, and the burger is an added punishment.
if you get in trouble and you go to an isolation cell, it's no different than your regular cell. And that's what you get 3 times a day, and you get all the water you can drink. It's very nutritious.
He says the punishment is in not having variety. Jones says inmates can be in isolation for up to 10 days at a time, which means they could eat up to 30 Warden burgers. He says he hopes the burger will make inmates think twice about acting out.
They always tell me they never want to eat that burger again. And this may be just a little piece that keeps you out of trouble, keeps you from hurting other people, and that's my goal here.
This is not what you want to see just before your plane takes off. Mechanics are working on the wing, and this passenger can't quite believe what she's seeing.
I'm sorry, are we about to take off? There's a part of the plane missing.
I realized, wait a minute. They just drove away with it. They're not putting it back on.
26-year-old Taylor Hilton expressed her concern to a flight attendant.
I mean, part of the plane is not attached. They drove away with it.
Were you sort of like, hey, wait, I want to get off this plane right now?
Absolutely. Yeah. And you could kind of see the look of concern on other people's faces as well.
She says it happened on an American Airlines flight from Dallas to John Wayne Airport in California.
I kind of looked at the guy sitting next to me and I was like, did you see that? He was like, yeah, is it not back on yet? I said, no, I think we're taking off.
Taylor says a flight attendant was also concerned. He took the phone and showed the video to the pilot. She says the pilot came on the intercom and informed everyone that some screws were loose, and the dismantled part is for aerodynamic purposes and not required to fly safely.
Tried to sue the city after police destroyed their home during a 19-hour standoff with an armed man. It is a battle Leo Leck's family has fought a few times and lost.
Under absolutely no circumstances should a government agency be allowed to blow up somebody's home, throw them out in the street, render them homeless, and just walk away from it in any civilized society.
According to the 17-page ruling from the U.S. 10th Circuit Court of Appeals, the judge says this is police power, which would give officers a right to use private property for the protection of public health, safety, and welfare without compensation.
What happened to us is a third world. By any stretch of the imagination, it's completely third world.
But tell that to the man who says he's now out hundreds of thousands of dollars. Leo Leck says his homeowner's insurance paid for a lot of the damage, but still not enough.
That I got $345,000 from the insurance. The fair market value of the house, because we had done comps, was about $540,000, $550,000.
Most citizens would be shocked to hear that if the police destroy your house during a law enforcement action, that they aren't liable to compensate you.
9 News legal analyst Scott Robinson says no court has ever ruled police are liable for damage done while enforcing the law.
They only have one remedy left, and that's to seek a review by the United States Supreme Court.
The mother of a 2-year-old girl in New Jersey demanding answers after she picked up her daughter from daycare on Wednesday and noticed one of the braids in her daughter's hair was missing.
I'm very upset and I'm very frustrated because this is my child. Like, she's not able to let me know what happened, and that's the concerning part.
She says she sent her 2-year-old to daycare like this last Wednesday with 4 braids on the right side of her head. She says it was only when she called to check in the afternoon, a staff member at Growing Kids Academy noticed one braid on Mila's head was missing.
You have to use some type of force for a braid to be removed. Would not have done that.
A report with the Ocean Township Police says Mila's hair looked normal around 11 a.m. The video from inside the classroom shows her playing with her braids several times. The officer notes one of the teachers is seen on video trying to take a smock off of Mila's head around 11:45, at which point she's seen putting her hand up to the right side of her head. After this, the officer no longer saw the braid. The director of the daycare tells Eyewitness News it's not clear exactly what happened, but that there's no evidence Mila's hair was pulled out.
Retired school teachers Wendy and Rob Meehan booked a bucket list tour of Europe last year.
When we were going to do our river cruise, we were going to start in Amsterdam.
Boarding passes show the Meehans and Wendy's 80-year-old dad, William Winger, and mom, Donna, all set to fly United from Tampa to Chicago on March 23rd. Then it was on to Amsterdam via Lufthansa.
We checked our luggage, got our boarding passes, went through security.
The family boarded the plane in Tampa. United even bumped Wendy's parents, who are frequent United flyers, to first class. What happened next came as a shock.
And then this gentleman came on and he said to my parents, I need your passports.
Seconds later, the Meehans say another United employee approached their group.
You need to get off the plane.
And we're like, we need to get off the plane. And he's like, you need to, and we're like, why do we need to get off the plane?
Sir, you need to get off the plane. Those were the exact words.
And so we got off because we were afraid that, you know, if we didn't comply, we'd be arrested.
United staff escorted the foursome back to the gate, but the family tells us none of the United agents would explain why.
Dan Smoker emailed Steve on Your Side. He thought he was waiting for a refund from United for a failed attempt at rebooking a flight. Their flight from DIA to London got canceled, so Dan spent an entire morning on the phone with United trying to rebook. Dan says the representative named David put him on hold for a while, came back, and said he couldn't book the other flight, but Dan's card was already charged for more than $17,000.
If you pay for the ticket, we'll just refund you.
He promised a refund and got the family on another flight.
I got an email from the person spelling out exactly what I was getting refunded for.
Months passed and that refund never came. Dan was getting no answers.
It was actually you that brought up the possibility of it being a scam.
He's right, because when I read that refund email, I spotted red flags almost immediately. Like the email didn't come from a United email address. I figured Dan had been taken advantage of. Thought maybe he'd Google the number for United, a common way that thieves trick people. Dan's call log shows he only called United's actual customer service line, the one where Dan says David took that $17,000.
The more I looked into it, the more clear it became that it was a scam via United system somehow.
Removing her, they're removing me and my toddler from the plane because we are wearing crop tops.
Cell phone videos show the two women, Tara and Teresa, getting kicked off a Spirit Airlines flight Friday. They say a flight attendant told them their outfits were inappropriate.
But this guy is trying to kick us out of the plane because she's wearing a crop top. And because I'm wearing a crop top.
They just asked if they should keep her sweater on during the flight.
So sweater on, why? And can you tell me why?
It's just a family-friendly airline and we just want to keep people covered.
What's wrong with my top?
I was just told that you guys have to get off board now.
Okay, so never wear a crop top in a plane or you'll get kicked out, ladies.
Hager says she spent $900 rebooking her flight with another airline, and she had to walk a great distance with her toddler in the heat.
They would not give me my stroller back after we deboarded the plane. And I had to go from Terminal 4 to Terminal 1, carrying a baby in one arm and my suitcase behind me, just switching.
Teresa and Tara say they spent $1,000 rebooking with another airline. All three women say they haven't been refunded for their flights.
That's jet fuel pouring out of a plane that's about to take off for Europe. The woman taking the video is a bride, and she's flying to her honeymoon from the airport in Newark, New Jersey to Venice, Italy. Now, she's saying the flight attendants ignored her husband when he told them there was an emergency.
That is not normal. She lied to you.
Ultimately, the crew realized how serious the situation was and thanked the honeymooners with free champagne. They were even brought into the cockpit and showed the pilot their video. All the passengers were evacuated, and that's when they say the niceties came to an abrupt end. While many of the other passengers were offered free hotel vouchers for overnight, the newlyweds say they had to sleep on the terminal floor. Rachel and Mike Brumfield say United Airlines, apparently concerned about the video of the leaking jet fuel, also asked them to, quote, go easy on the airline on social media. United issued a statement. While taxiing to the runway, United Flight 170 returned to the gate due to a fuel leak and was later canceled. We apologize to our customers for the inconvenience.
My kids were picking, or they thought they were collecting seashells, but they actually collected clams, 72 to be exact.
You can see the rows of clams her children collected, but they learned an expensive lesson. Clamming has regulations.
Right before we went, I had decided to look at it, and that's when I saw the amount.
She got a ticket on the spot and later received notice she would have to pay just over $88,000.
It was just really sad. It made me really sad and depressed, and, it kind of ruined our trip.
Lieutenant Matthew Gill with the Department of Fish and Wildlife says the rules are in place to protect the species of shellfish.
The reason we have these regulations is because we have to let them get to 4.5 inches so they can spawn, so they can have offspring every year, and they have juvenile clams.
Lieutenant Gill adding it's important to educate yourself and your children before going ashore.
If you have a dead sea sand dollar, a dead animal or something like that, or you have a broken seashell, that's fine. Pismo clams, what you're going to see is both shells will be intact together.
Husband and his pregnant wife were rushing to a hospital emergency room, but were blocked by 2 parked police cars. So the panicked dad-to-be honked his horn, and that led to one ugly confrontation. This father-to-be was taking his pregnant wife to the hospital, but says he found 2 cop cars blocking the road near the entrance.
I honked just to let them know I was there.
One patrol car moves, and Kevin Enciso drives around the other one. But an officer gets out, and that's when things really go downhill fast.
Sir, give me your license. Can I have your sergeant? Give me your license. I've asked for your supervisor already.
There's a lot of fear and confusion.
Enciso refuses to show his license.
I honked at you because you're blocking the way with your car, talking to the other. Let me have no.
And the cop is informed that Sabrina Enciso is pregnant.
Oh, I'm having a lot of pain, and I don't have to have a C, sir.
Enciso explains why they're at the hospital.
She was in a car accident. She's going to be seen by her doctor at emergency room to make sure the baby is okay.
Because I think I'm getting ready to miscarry.
Then a fire rescue truck that the cop called in arrives, and the crew checks out the pregnant woman. Keep in mind, they're just steps from the emergency room.
A woman with hundreds of thousands of followers on TikTok is accused of stealing from a Cape Coral Target and then flaunting those stolen goods on her TikTok page.
Cape Coral police say the woman was shopping at this super Target. She recorded herself putting her bags in her trunk, and then she posted it on TikTok for her followers. But not all of them are friends. Some might be foes because they tipped off police. Cape Coral police say Marlena Velez didn't hide the evidence. Instead, they say she posted what she stole for her nearly 300,000 followers on TikTok to see.
Wow, that's crazy. I can believe that.
Cape Coral police say Velez stole clothes, cups, and other home goods from the Target on Pine Island Road on October 30th. It was an anonymous tip that helped catch her after a Crime Stoppers post asked people to identify her.
I think that was right to do in that situation because it's not right to steal.
You can see in this video she did have Target bags. Police say she got away with this because she scanned fake barcodes at the self-checkout line.
19-year-old out to buy his grandfather some socks came across a bag with $135,000 just sitting near Wells Fargo ATM in Albuquerque. Jose Nunez Romanes told CBS affiliate KRQE he called the number on the ATM, then police, because he knew trying to keep the money meant he would have to deal with mom.
Back in my head, I was just thinking about my parents, especially my mom. What would she would do if I came home with the money, and what she would do with her chancla to hit me.
It turns out the Wells Fargo subcontractor whose job it is to fill the ATM left the cash there by accident. The mayor and police chief recognized Nunez for doing the right thing when no one was looking and invited him to apply as a public safety officer while still in school. Nunez also got a $500 check from New Mexico energy provider PNM, a gift card, and $500 cash from a local restaurant, Ryan Erlacher. Nunez told the New York Times he's wanted to be a crime scene investigator.
Disney Dream passengers reacting after witnessing a father jump into the ocean to save his little girl.
I think any father that loves their family would do that, yes, and that was a very heroic, thing that he did.
I saw the mother crying, but when they rescued them, I think that's when the tears really started flowing because you were just so overjoyed knowing, and I prayed to God to save them, and he did. So, yes. It was a happy ending.
This all happened Sunday afternoon as a cruise ship was on its way back to Fort Lauderdale from the Bahamas.
We were on the ship and we heard the words MOB, and we followed everybody to the side of the ship to watch.
Cell phone video from one of the passengers shows the father and daughter holding on to each other, treading water in the middle of the ocean until rescue crews arrived.
It was very fast, incredibly safe, and the crew deserves all the accolades.
According to the cruise line, the girl fell overboard from deck 4.
Straight A students and identical twins decided to become doctors. Kelly and Kayla Bingham even got into the same med school, the Medical University of South Carolina. They excelled right up to their second year final exam.
And left thinking everything had gone incredibly well.
But rather than the stellar grade they expected, they were both accused of cheating. The cheating accusations came about when test proctors found that the twins had answered 296 out of 307 questions in a similar way. Cheating was thought to be the only reasonable explanation. The sisters say they were immediately treated like pariahs by their fellow students.
It was a complete isolation.
They said they had no choice but to leave the school. But the sisters fought back. They sued the school for defamation, and they put forward a very plausible explanation for how they scored so close to each other. They scored exactly the same on the SATs. 6 years later, Kayla and Kelly have finally won their battle. A jury found in their favor and awarded the twins $1.5 million.
People requesting wheelchairs who don't actually need them to get through security and to board the flights.
Christy Herrero, who has now left the industry, has seen her share of airports, long lines, and people who request wheelchairs and might not actually need them.
They want them in the beginning of the flight so that they don't have to stand in line at security. They can be the first person to board the airplane if it's an airline that has open seating.
Because of the 1986 Air Carrier Access Act, which states airlines are required to provide assistance with boarding, deplaning, and making connections, airlines offer the chairs to anyone who requests them, and proof of disability is not required.
Would you say it is abused?
Yes, I would say it's abused the same way the service animals are abused.
Herrero says the practice is so common it even has names among flight attendants, including Miracle Flights and Getaway Jesus. But she says the telltale sign is the number of empty wheelchairs at an arriving flight.
They get up and they walk off the plane.
She tells us that she was asked for her ID to use the bathroom at a popular D.C. restaurant. Then she was kicked out when she refused. WUSA 9's Michael Quander explains why she claims it was discrimination.
It feels amazing.
Charlotte Clymer revealed she's a transgender woman 6 months ago.
I no longer feel insecure in my own skin.
But Friday,
I felt helpless.
Clymer was here at Cuba Libre off of 8th Street.
There was about 10 of us.
Celebrating her friend's bachelorette weekend on Friday.
We were having a lot of fun. Everyone was having a great time.
That was until Clymer tried to use the bathroom.
The attendant reached out to ask for my ID.
In order to use the women's bathroom, she says an employee told her she had to have female listed on her ID card.
I said that's nonsense, and I walked into the restroom, started doing my business, and he walks in there to look for me. I wait for him to leave, finish up, wash my hands, walk outside, and then he and the manager are there. And the manager is now saying, I need you to see your ID. It is legal for you to use the women's restroom.
The incident sparked a Twitter firestorm and caught the mayor's attention. Mayor Bowser said that what the restaurant is accused of doing is not just illegal, it's against all we stand for.
This woman is about to key a Tesla. Mean-spirited acts of vandalism are happening across the USA to Tesla owners, and they're all caught on security cameras, which are equipped on Teslas. Total damage, $1,500. Once is not enough for this woman who keys a Tesla twice. This granny repeatedly keys a car in a parking lot in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Getting it repaired won't be cheap, says owner Amanda Abbott.
Right now, the estimate is at $7,650.
And look at this random attack.
I was speechless, and then anger came in, and I just couldn't believe someone did this on purpose.
What's at the heart of this kind of vandalism? I think it's the presumption of Tesla owners being rich or snobby, goes one social media comment. It's not just keying, this guy rams a shopping cart into a Tesla. This driver swerves at full speed, aiming for the Tesla. And this motorcyclist yanks off a Tesla mirror.
A retired veteran installed a camera at his own front door to help neighbors find lost packages. But a new neighbor sued him in court, claiming the camera violated their privacy. They demanded compensation of $150,000. 3 years ago, 8-year-old Robert Miller installed a camera on his own porch. His original intention was simple: to guard this community he had called home for 30 years. This camera became the neighborhood watchman. It helped neighbors retrieve packages misplaced by delivery drivers. It identified vandals roaming the block. It even provided crucial evidence to local police, helping solve a nighttime burglary case. The neighbors were immensely grateful, but everything changed when a tech professional from California bought the house across from him. This new neighbor hired a lawyer, suing Robert on grounds of illegal surveillance, violation of reasonable expectation of privacy, and emotional distress. The lawsuit demanded Robert not only immediately remove the camera, but also pay compensation reaching $150,000. $1,000. Although Robert's camera was clearly angled toward the public street and sidewalk, fully compliant with local laws regarding reasonable surveillance scope. I installed it for the safety of all of us, Robert said, his voice trembling at a community hearing. The months-long lawsuit drained Robert's savings. With help from his children, he reluctantly put his house up for sale and left the neighborhood. After the story was reported by local media, it sparked intense discussion on social media. A highly upvoted comment read, "He protected the community's property, but the law failed to protect him." Another netizen remarked with feeling, "This tells us it's best to have a lawyer review your doorbell camera before your neighbor sues you for it." A school cafeteria worker with 20 years of service was fired for providing free meals to hungry students. Cafeteria worker Martha Green had worked at Chicago's Lincoln Elementary School for 20 years. Students affectionately called her Lunch Mom. Last Wednesday, she found third grader Leo looking uneasy in front of his meal tray. The boy, who relies on the government's free lunch program, had his account locked due to a system glitch. According to regulations, he could only receive a single cheese sandwich. But Martha, seeing the boy on the verge of tears, quietly slid a full hot meal in front of him. This act was observed by the school district's new financial officer through surveillance cameras. On Friday, Martha was immediately fired for serious violation of financial regulations and unauthorized use of school district property. The school administration stated emotion cannot override the rules. The incident caused an uproar after being reported by local media. Parents started a petition on change.org, gathering 5,000 signatures within 24 hours. A single mother wrote, "She fed not just their stomachs, but their dignity." Martha calmly told WGN-TV during an interview, "I have no regrets. If it happened again, I would still choose to feed that child." Currently, the teachers union has stepped in to provide her with legal assistance, and the case is now under review.
Lewis County mom says she lost her job because her child's school bus was constantly late, forcing her to show up late for work.
Her boys go to Henderson Elementary, about 30 minutes away in St. Charles. They're part of Normandy School District's transfer program, and the district provides first student school buses to get them to school.
They walking out the door at 7:21. There's no telling what time the bus might come.
And Danko says when it does come, the school bus often isn't on time.
Very frustrating.
The bus is expected to be at the bus stop at 7:31. We had our cameras rolling Thursday morning when it showed up at 7:46. And according to First Student, that's considered 5 minutes late. That's because they're allowed to arrive 10 minutes after the expected pickup time. But why were they late? An excuse she says she gets every time the bus is running behind. She says not only does it show up late, but she says sometimes it doesn't show up at all. And when that happens, she says she has to leave work and drive her kids to school herself.
This is a problem that, like you said, you've been having for 2 years.
It's a problem because I lost my job behind it.
A teenager told his mom that life would be better without her, so she granted his wish. The mom posted to Reddit explaining that her 14-year-old son had started acting out at home and at school. She tried to figure out what was happening, but he denied any bullying, and he told her that 14-year-olds should act out a little. I mean, I have a 14-year-old that has never said that, but go on. The mom told her son that this behavior was not allowed in her house, which included swearing at his parents, swearing at his teacher, and much more. The two went back and forth for a while when the son blurted out, "My life would be better if I didn't have a mother." The comment hurt, but she decided to grant him his wish. She prepared dinner for herself and her husband, but told her son that he could make himself something from the freezer. She didn't make him breakfast the next morning and informed him that he would have to find his own way to school via the bus. Anyone with a teenager can tell you, disciplining teens can be particularly challenging. This mom was unable to figure out what was causing her son's behavior, as teens tend to prioritize privacy, and this mom was able to teach her son that actions have consequences. Just because he's 14 doesn't mean he should be disrespectful or act out. What do you think? Did the punishment fit the crime?
An Arizona father and son take a road trip to Arkansas and come back home with a 2-carat diamond.
I don't think it's glass.
I don't think it's glass either.
That's Marshall and his dad Will's holding the camera in Arkansas's Crater of Diamonds State Park, a unique place where anyone can go and dig for diamonds.
And I scraped my bucket off the top, and Marshall's digging for China, man. He's going as deep as he can. So we carry both of our buckets up to the wash center.
The Arizonans love sifting dirt for treasure, but this dirt seemed different. So they took the shiny shiny rock up to the Diamond Identification Center.
Seeing if it's a diamond.
Seeing if it's a diamond. Nothing tops a diamond. Will grew up out there. His uncle was an Arkansas State Park employee, so the road trip made sense.
And the park superintendent let us know that it was a 2.03 carat Arkansas diamond, second largest found in the park that year.
Will showed it to us, and the proof it's real.
We're talking like 0.0002% chance of finding one that big.
Father and son bonding experience as rare as the diamond they found.
Well, this 16-year-old kid is getting back at those robocallers, and Jackson Gosnell is making thousands of dollars doing it.
So I've made a little over $20,000 in 8 months.
Jackson's made so much money, he's bought his first car, a luxury BMW. So how did he do it? By threatening to sue the companies that robocall him. To date, 25 out of 26 companies have reached out-of-court settlements with him.
This works because telemarketers are breaking the Federal Telephone Consumer Protection Act, and they don't want to go to court, so they obviously want to settle with you. One of the questions that I ask a lot is if I can get their callback number, because a lot of times you can Google that number that they give you back, and you'll be able to pull up on the internet which company it belongs to.
The checks are pouring in.
This one is worth $2,000, and then this one is worth $850. And then this is actually a wire transfer worth $1,000.
So while the rest of us remain annoyed by those nonstop robocalls, Jackson says keep them coming.
My next settlement was this one for $3,000.
Woman saw this sticker on the front window of women's clothing store Rare Trends in East Austin, reading exclusively for white people, maximum of 5 colored customers. There's also a city logo, and above it, sponsored by the City of Austin Contemporary Partition and Restoration. Caroline Gray is the director of sales and marketing for the store. She came in Wednesday expecting an average day, not knowing what was on the store's front window.
Come in from the side and in through the front door, off to the left, so I don't see the front of the sign when I come in the door.
That was until the phone started ringing.
And she said, I just walked by your store and there's a sign in the window that says you only allow white people to shop. And I was like, what?
Gray walked outside and saw it for herself. Austin police came to the store to investigate. It turns out Rare Trends is not the only business hit by vandals with the sticker. It was also put on Windmill Bicycles and El Chiquito Restaurant on Manor Road. The city's code enforcement officers will be looking for other stickers and the person or people posting them.
Family in Virginia mistakenly brought home the wrong golden retriever. So they dropped the dog off, named Emmy, at a doggy daycare. During that visit, they opted for the grooming service. Then they had their son pick up the dog at the end of the day. Well, initially the family said something was different, but they thought, it's just the haircut, right? Then they noticed other things. The cats started attacking the dog. Their dog does not normally lick faces, but this one did. And Emmy loved a certain neighbor, but the new dog, not their dog, didn't have much of a reaction to that neighbor. The family assumed the dog was sick, so they took the dog to the vet. Sure enough, the microchip scan proved that it was not Emmy.
So we just never even thought that would happen. And of course, we thought we would know, right? Like, we're her parents. We would know something was wrong. We would know right off the bat that it wasn't Emmy.
The owners say they're not upset with the doggy daycare. They said it was easily a mistake. Apparently, Emmy does have that look-alike there, and they were able to reunite the dogs with their rightful owners, both of them.
A lot of drivers don't mind paying the toll because they like seeing Sam, the toll collector who's been there for 29 years. But now he's been fired. And what for? Covering a $5 toll for someone who didn't have enough money? Last week, a driver was short on their trailer fee, and Sam stepped in. Without thinking twice, he pulled out his own wallet and covered the difference. He says it wasn't the first time. If someone was struggling, he was happy to help. But the Bridge Authority didn't care. They fired him for breaking the rules. The crazy part? They never gave him an official warning, just a few verbal reminders. Then suddenly, they gave him an ultimatum, work only 2 days a week or leave. Sam was furious. If you don't trust me to work 5 days, why would you trust me to work 2? He refused the offer and got fired. Now, tons of people are calling out the Bridge Authority online, saying they're heartless for...
He asked me if I had a license, insurance, and registration for my wheelchair. I was pretty dumbfounded. Let's take a look at the ticket.
The deputy classified Thomas's wheelchair as a low-power scooter and issued him a ticket for not having it registered.
Low-power scooter not registered.
Under Colorado law, a low-powered scooter requires registration. The law also specifies that wheelchairs are not classified as low-powered scooters.
This is a wheelchair. I took the ticket from him and I said I'd see you in court.
In a statement, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office said Thomas was driving 40 miles per hour, wearing headphones, and was unaware of the deputy trying to pull him over. The deputy wrote Thomas a low-level ticket of $24.50 in an effort to encourage him to be safer on the roads.
$24.50 right there. It would have been easier to plead guilty, but I'm not guilty.
Thomas says nothing will stop him from using his wheelchair. The one thing that lets him feel free.
No, I'm gonna rub it in their face even more.
The person who left this 3-month-old puppy at an airport says it was her only option. The note left with him detailing why. "Hi, I'm Chewy," it starts. "My owner was in an abusive relationship and couldn't afford me to get on the flight." According to the note, the abuse didn't stop there. It alleges Chewy's owner's ex-boyfriend also kicked the puppy, leaving a knot on his head. Chewy, a miniature chihuahua, was found alone in a Nevada airport bathroom and is now being adopted through a Vegas-based rescue center. Connor and Millie's Dog Rescue says there's been tons of interest in finding Chewy a new home, but there's only one of him. He may be small, but the lucky person who takes home this little piece of luggage will have lots to love.
Restaurant manager withheld a $4,000 tip, citing broken tableware. The waitress who refused was fired. Emily, a 5-year-old single mother, had worked hard at the restaurant for 3 years. On Thanksgiving night, she served a table of entrepreneurs who had just signed a multi-million-dollar contract. As they were leaving, a guest handed her an envelope containing $4,000 in cash. He told her, "I was once a waiter too when I was young. This is what you deserve." Just before closing that night, the manager informed Emily he claimed her customers had broken 4 crystal glasses, each worth $1,000. He demanded Emily hand over the tip immediately. However, surveillance footage showed the expensive glasses were not damaged at all. Emily refused to surrender the tip, calling the demand robbery. Ultimately, Emily was fired and never got the tip back. The video of the incident went viral on social networks. Netizens discovered the restaurant's rating plummeted to 1.5 stars overnight. Legal experts pointed out that federal law states tips designated for a specific server belong to that individual. Online users exposed that the manager frequently withheld large tips under various pretexts. Currently, the union has intervened to assist Emily in filing a labor arbitration claim. A waitress was fired after being caught on surveillance camera eating leftovers from a customer's plate. Surveillance footage shows Kelly quickly eating the remaining food while clearing table 23. At that moment, the customer happened to return because she had forgotten her wallet. The customer looked at Kelly in surprise and asked what was happening. It turned out Kelly's daughter had a serious illness, and the family's money was all used up. The kind-hearted customer bought Kelly a fresh meal. The manager, who saw this on the surveillance footage, fired Kelly on the spot for serious violation of health regulations. She was also docked her entire month's salary, totaling $1,876. The restaurant's rules clearly state that employees are strictly forbidden from touching customers' leftover food. The video quickly went viral on social media. Some netizens argued the food wasted by the restaurant daily is enough to feed hungry staff. Why punish a poor mother? However, others believed the employee handbook explicitly prohibits this behavior. Regardless of the motive, rules are rules. Today's exception becomes tomorrow's loophole.
You can't let your dog touch the food. This is a health code violation.
He's just tasting. He's cleaner than half the people.
A woman was sued by a restaurant for $10,000 in compensation after allowing her dog to eat from public tableware. A woman named Isabella Clark brought her dog into this pet-friendly restaurant. According to eyewitness accounts, during her meal, Miss Isabella let her dog lick food directly from the restaurant-provided plates and silverware. She even later used the restaurant's linen napkin to wipe the dog's mouth. Another customer, feeling uncomfortable after witnessing this, complained to the manager. Citing California health and safety codes, the manager asked Miss Clark to stop the behavior, but she stated her dog was family and refused to acknowledge any problem. The restaurant management then took action. They decided to file a civil lawsuit against Miss Clark. They accused her of intentionally contaminating tableware and causing damage to the restaurant's reputation and commercial interests, demanding she pay $10,000 to cover costs for replacing utensils, deep cleaning, and brand damage. Miss Clark was shocked and felt wronged. She explained she simply viewed her pet as family. She shared the experience of being sued on social media, calling it discrimination against pet owners. The incident sparked intense debate online. Some argued it was a basic public health issue. Tableware is for people, not for dogs. But others believed the restaurant should have been more tolerant, stating she just loved her dog very much. She ruined her $50,000 wedding because of a joke. The incident took place at a high-end wedding estate in Napa Valley, California. The bride, Emma Green, and the groom, Ryan Miller, had spent 18 months planning this dream wedding, inviting nearly 200 guests. So this bride and groom were at the altar. When the officiant asked the bride, "Will you take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband?" Bride Emma stared intently into groom Ryan's eyes. With a stern face, she said no, as if it were all real. But immediately after, Emma added, "Just kidding, of course I will." She reached out to take Ryan's hand, but the officiant, Mr. Costello, had already stepped forward, positioning himself between them. The officiant was serious and took the refusal as a valid response. He promptly packed his things, left the venue, and canceled the entire ceremony. Because the contract signed by the couple clearly stated, if the officiant hears no during the ceremony, he can legally stop the wedding to avoid any future liability. And so, a $50,000 wedding went up in flames because of a joke. Some people believe a wedding is no place for jokes and should be taken seriously. Others feel the officiant destroyed a once-in-a-lifetime day for two people, all because of a clause. A dog saved a woman's child, but the woman later sent the dog to the pound. In a supermarket parking lot on the outskirts of Dallas, Texas, young mother Lisa Hammond was loading shopping bags into her trunk. Distracted by a phone call, she forgot about the stroller still behind her car, where her 6-month-old son was sleeping. Lisa got into the driver's seat and started to back out. A stray German Shepherd suddenly rushed out beside the car and positioned itself in front. It began barking fiercely. In a panic, Lisa got out of the car. The dog stopped barking and ran toward the stroller. It was then that Lisa realized in horror she had forgotten her baby. She rushed to the stroller. Seeing the baby was unharmed, she crouched down and patted the dog a few times. But what Lisa did next was unexpected. She got in the car with her baby and drove away immediately, leaving no food or water for the dog. The next day, she called the local animal control center. She reported encountering a highly aggressive stray dog in the parking lot. She requested its capture to ensure community safety. According to staff, the stray dog was successfully captured and is currently held at the shelter. It faces the standard procedure of euthanasia if not adopted within 7 days. A waitress was fired by the restaurant owner and had all her tips confiscated after she proactively helped a customer eat and received a $2,000 cash tip from him. 39-year-old Michael Thornton, whose hands shake severely due to illness, was dining alone at the restaurant that day. Waitress Sophia noticed while serving him that he was having great difficulty eating. His food kept falling off the fork. After asking for and receiving Mr. Michael's consent, Sophia patiently assisted him through his entire meal. She maintained professionalism and dignity throughout the process. This scene was recorded on a mobile phone by a customer at a neighboring table. After the meal concluded, Michael took out $2,100 bills from his wallet. He handed them to Sophia as a tip, thanking her for still treating him like a normal person and with respect. The next day, the restaurant manager showed Sophia the viral video. He accused her of seriously violating the employee handbook, which prohibits inappropriate contact with customers beyond professional boundaries. The manager fired Sophia on the spot and confiscated the entire $2,000 tip. Sophia felt wronged and confused. She had simply done what any kind person would do. After being fired, she filed a complaint with the Labor Department and contacted a local legal aid organization. Once the incident was posted online, it instantly sparked heated debate. Some felt that servers should avoid deep personal contact with customers, and the rule is there for a reason. Others believe the money should be returned to Sophia as it was rightfully earned by her. A video went viral in Texas, showing a police officer taping an opaque bag of white liquid to a man's apartment door. Police later explained that the officer thought it was a bag of misdelivered milk. The incident happened at an apartment building in Lubbock, Texas. Local radio DJ Mike noticed something strange in his doorbell camera footage. A sealed bag containing an unknown white liquid was hanging from his doorknob. Concerned for safety, Mike did not touch the bag and instead called the police. The footage shows an officer from the Lubbock Police Department arriving and then taping the bag of liquid directly onto the door. A confused Mike posted on Twitter, "Lubbock PD just told me this officer thought this bag of milk was mine and was returning it to me. Am I being pranked?" The tweet quickly gained hundreds of thousands of views, sparking widespread speculation and panic, with many fearing the bag could contain something dangerous. Hours later, the police clarified. They stated the officer believed it was a bag of milk that had been delivered to the wrong address and was returning it to what he thought was the correct apartment. This explanation did not fully quell public skepticism. Some believe the officer was simply trying to do a good deed, but others are angry, viewing it as a serious professional lapse. What if it had been something hazardous? A woman smashed a car window on the highway to rescue an unconscious driver. After the driver recovered, he sued her for $1,850 in vehicle repair costs. Video shows a truck suddenly drifting slowly on an Atlanta highway. The driver, Robert Miller, slumped over the steering wheel, unconscious. 29-year-old Emily noticed the abnormality first. She rushed over, banging on the window and shouting, but the driver showed no response, appearing to be in a critical emergency. She immediately used a hammer to smash the window. She pulled the driver out of the cab and began performing CPR immediately, continuing until the ambulance arrived. It was later confirmed Mr. Miller was experiencing a severe cardiac arrest. Mr. Miller was successfully resuscitated and survived. However, the event took a shocking turn a month later. After recovering and being discharged, Mr. Miller sued Emily. He demanded she pay $1,850 to cover the costs of replacing the truck window and repairing the door frame. His lawyer argued that Emily had less drastic rescue options available, but chose the most destructive method, causing the most property damage. Her actions, he claimed, exceeded what was reasonably necessary. Upon receiving the legal notice, Emily felt shocked and disheartened. She stated, "I was only trying to save a life at that moment. I wasn't thinking about all that." After the incident was reported, it quickly sparked heated debate online. Millions of netizens felt Emily did nothing wrong. They criticized Robert, saying, "She saved your life, and you're worried about a little repair money? What do you think about this?" A McDonald's employee was fired after customers reported the employee drying a mop under the French fry heating lamp. The incident occurred at a McDonald's restaurant in Texas. Several customers saw an employee place a freshly used mop under the French fry warmer to dry. Directly below it were the fries about to be served to customers. Witnesses said that even after being reminded the action was inappropriate, the employee still did not change it. The customer stated this made them question the restaurant's hygiene and safety standards. They immediately recorded a video and filed a complaint with the restaurant. Management reviewed the report and spoke with the employee. The employee was terminated for violating basic sanitation rules. The manager also issued refunds and apologized to the customers. The video was posted on social media with the caption, "Does your fry have a mop flavor? It's today's special." The video quickly went viral. The restaurant location conducted a thorough deep cleaning and sanitation. Some people online believe the employee might not have realized how inappropriate her actions were. Others stated the restaurant must bear the responsibility for training and supervision. If management does not strictly enforce rules with staff, could this kind of problem happen again? One day you might notice your fries have an extra flavor. What are your thoughts on this behavior?
As a family sits to eat, surveillance video shows a young girl pick up a $5 bill left on the table. Camera caught the girl slip it under her menu as her parents appear to not only notice, but allow what's happening.
So I was shocked by that.
Restaurant owner Benji Arslanovsky says his waitress had spotted the tip from a previous customer, but didn't want to bother the family already seated.
She thought maybe it got under sugar caddy or jelly caddy or something. It was there. Of course, when they left, there was no tip there.
A review of security footage showed the girl pocketing the money. Within hours of posting the video to Facebook, Arslanovsky says the girl's mother was back, money in hand.
Our rule is if you make it right, we delete your post off Facebook.
Arslanovsky considers his approach better than calling the police.
It takes them away from major issues that they have to take care of in the city.
And he believes it is ultimately kinder. Well, the owner says the girl's mother claimed they thought the money was theirs. He's not so convinced. As promised, he's removed the video from the Facebook account and chosen not to involve police.
We'll do it right now.
This woman has gone viral for unplugging her NICU baby. The video shows this woman disconnecting her infant from the monitor. When doctors rushed into the room, she explained.
No, you're fine. It's not an emergency. Oh. I just was gonna see if you could bring me a turkey sandwich.
Yep, she did it to trick the nurse into entering the room so she could ask for a turkey sandwich. The video quickly went viral after being posted online, sparking heated debate. Many doctors who saw the video strongly condemned her actions. It is a crime because NICU babies are extremely fragile. It is dangerous not to monitor them, even for a very short period. Her actions not only put her own premature baby at risk, but also endangered the lives of all other babies in the unit. She disrupted the priority system, abused the alarm system, and compromised the nurse's ability to focus on genuine emergencies. Even after all the backlash, she doesn't appear to be sorry, posting this on her page.
500,000 views. All it's gonna do is bring more traction to my page and more money in my pocket, so.
What are your thoughts? This man goes viral after defying elderly woman's rude request to put away peanuts. On a United Airlines flight from Chicago to Denver, 62-year-old grandmother Linda Harper noticed the man next to her eating peanuts and promptly asked him to put them away. Because Linda was visiting her granddaughter, who is severely allergic to peanuts. She had been hospitalized multiple times due to peanut exposure, but the man appeared confused and slightly annoyed. He retorted, "You're across the aisle from me with 2 people between us. Do you think my peanuts are going to hurt you? Your granddaughter isn't even here." Linda refused to take any chances. When she threatened to call the flight attendant, the situation escalated.
If my peanuts across the aisle, a crumb happens to get on you and you travel it all the way to visit your granddaughter and your granddaughter dies, maybe, just maybe, your granddaughter's not meant to be alive.
Oh my God! After the video was uploaded, netizens widely agreed with the man's counter-argument. Some even quipped, "I have a friend who's allergic to peanuts and I'm watching this video. Do you think my friend is safe?" 2 UPS drivers were fired for playing basketball with a boy during work. The incident happened in a quiet residential neighborhood in Ohio. 2 UPS drivers were delivering packages along their route in their truck when they noticed a boy playing basketball. He was alone in the front yard. The UPS drivers walked over to the boy with just a single glance. The boy understood he tossed the ball to the driver, they kicking off a spontaneous minigame filled with surprise. They spent the next 4 or 5 minutes full of excitement and joy. However, UPS management later received a report about an anomaly in work time logs. It showed the 2 drivers had stayed slightly longer at that stop. Management then reviewed surveillance footage and launched an investigation into the 2 drivers. Executives stated the 2 UPS drivers, while in uniform, engaged in activity unrelated to work, damaging the company's image and affecting delivery route efficiency. They were then fired. After the details of the incident were revealed, it quickly gained widespread attention. It sparked a strong protest on social media. Users commented that they created a wonderful memory for that child, which holds greater social value than delivering a single package on time. A video showing 2 women filming and mocking a guy at a gym has gone viral online. The incident originated from a widely shared TikTok video. In the video, 2 young women set up a tripod in the gym. They aimed their phone camera at a man training alone. They pointed their fingers at him and mimicked his exercises, laughing loudly at him because they thought his workout looked silly. After the video was uploaded, it quickly sparked disgust among viewers. A large number of netizens criticized the behavior as disgusting bullying. Under immense public pressure, the two women issued an apology and took down the original video. They explained it wasn't bullying, just a playful imitation they found funny. The two women even tried to demand the original poster take down the exposure video to salvage their image. However, discussions about the incident continued to escalate. Some netizens revealed that the two women have had their gym memberships permanently revoked. This outcome was supported by the majority of online users. At the heart of the incident is a family trip to Disney that had been planned for over a year. According to the mother's own social media post, in the car on the way to the airport, their 7-month-old baby suddenly vomited. She initially thought it was car sickness and didn't think much of it. But on the plane, the baby has an absolute blowout, and she said it was a super blowout, out the front, out the back. What does she notice next? Her husband starts getting sick, and very severely. And so sick, she said that he looked like he was on his deathbed. And she keeps wanting to pass this off as like food poisoning. By this point, her husband needed a wheelchair to move because he looked like he might faint. Yet, they still boarded the shuttle to Disney World and spent a week at the parks, despite the entire family being infected with a highly contagious virus. The post was likely shared to elicit sympathy, but it immediately ignited a firestorm of anger on social media. Netizens accused them of being extremely selfish and creating a dangerous public hazard. This not only endangered everyone on the plane, but also potentially millions of families at the hotels and Disney World. I understand the planning, the money, everything that goes into going to this place. But as a person with common sense, you have to realize how terrible this is. This nurse was fired for holding a dying patient's hand in her final moments. Madeline Clark was a nurse with 12 years of experience. During a night shift, she was caring for Eleanor Green, a 78-year-old cancer patient in her final stages. Eleanor had no children, and the emergency contact field on her admission record was blank. At 3 a.m., Eleanor's vital signs deteriorated rapidly. Madeline followed protocol and called the rapid response team. Yet, in the tense minutes of waiting, Eleanor said, "I'm so scared. Please don't let me go alone." Out of compassion, Madeline took hold of Eleanor's hand, hoping to offer her some comfort. Eleanor passed away as the heart monitor alarm sounded a flat line, her hand still being held. The next day, after the head nurse reviewed the ward surveillance footage, the hospital administration determined Madeline had violated the patient contact protocol. Hospital staff must adhere to protocol, not personal judgment. She was fired that afternoon for unprofessional conduct. The incident sparked significant controversy after being made public. Some believe the nurse did not abandon her duty. She fulfilled the most basic need, ensuring a patient did not die alone. But others argue her personal impulse could expose the hospital to unforeseen medical legal disputes. A Checkers employee was exposed for intentionally wiping a hamburger bun on the floor and then using it to prepare a food item. The incident occurred at a Checkers restaurant in the Baltimore suburbs. Footage shows a black female employee preparing a hamburger. She intentionally threw the hamburger bun on the floor and wiped it. Then she prepared it as usual. She spread mayonnaise on it, and the spatula used to apply mayonnaise to the dirty bun appeared to be placed back into the mayonnaise container. This video has spread virally. The act quickly triggered intense public disgust and anger. Checkers headquarters entered full crisis mode within 12 hours of the video going viral. A company spokesperson stated that the employee involved, as well as colleagues present who failed to intervene, were immediately terminated. They explained that particular hamburger was not served to a customer. However, the public has expressed skepticism toward this claim. Who can imagine how many other disgusting incidents have gone unrecorded? A Disney employee ruined a couple's marriage proposal by snatching the ring out of the man's hands. This is Ant and his fiancée, Rose. Ant had planned to propose to his girlfriend on the elevated stage in front of the Sleeping Beauty Castle, a location often used for park performances. Reportedly, he had asked a park employee for permission beforehand and was told it was allowed. But during the proposal, a Disneyland employee rushed onto the stage, snatched the ring from the husband's hand, and quickly escorted the couple down the stairs and off the platform. This interaction was posted online and immediately went viral, sparking significant backlash against Disney and the employee. Shortly after Disney issued an apology and contacted the couple to offer them a chance to redo the proposal, the couple declined, stating the original moment was already ruined. As of today, the Disney employee has not faced any disciplinary action. But do you think the Disney employee should be fired for his actions?
They're calling her the Ant from Hell and the Antichrist. Why? Because she sued her 12-year-old nephew. It happened when Jennifer Connell arrived at her nephew's 8th birthday party at his house in swanky Westport, Connecticut. That's when the little boy, whose identity we're protecting, leaped into her arms, saying, "Auntie Jen, I love you."
And she falls backward and falls on her wrist, breaking it. She was suing for more than $127,000 worth of damages.
But the jurors apparently didn't appreciate the fact that an aunt was suing her little nephew. It took them just 25 minutes to reach a verdict and sent the aunt home without a penny. The drama continued as the aunt was driven away from court. The aunt's lawyers say our client was very reluctant to pursue this case, but in the end she had no choice but to sue the minor defendant directly to get her bills paid. Her hand was forced by the insurance company. Connell insists she loves her nephew.
A woman sells the ring her ex gave her. Then the jeweler tells her this. After going through a heartbreaking breakup, Melissa decides it's time to move on, including getting rid of the exquisite ring her ex gave her. With a heavy heart, she walks into a jewelry store hoping to sell the ring and make some money. The jeweler, Harris, reacts in a way that leaves her confused. "Wait here, I'll be right back," he says, taking the ring into the back room. Melissa stands alone at the counter, still unaware of the horrifying truth that awaits her. After a few minutes, Harris reappears. "Melissa, I hope you don't mind, but I want to ask you a personal question. Where did you get this ring?" he asks, looking her straight in the eye with a serious tone. "My ex-boyfriend gave it to me a few years ago," she replies, explaining that they are no longer together. "Do you know where he got this ring?" she asked, carefully phrasing the question. Melissa shook her head, assuming she had bought it at a jewelry store. Suddenly, he heard Harris say, "Thank you for coming right away, she's right there." She was shocked and confused for a moment when she realized the police were standing nearby. "Miss, I'm afraid you'll have to come with me," the police officer said to Melissa. "I could hardly believe what I was hearing." Comment The Ring to see part 2.
People requesting wheelchairs who don't actually need them to get through security and to board the flights.
Christy Herrero, who has now left the industry, has seen her share of airports, long lines, and people who request wheelchairs and might not actually need them.
They want them in the beginning of the flight so that they don't have to stand in line at security. They can be the first person to board the airplane if it's an airline that has open seating.
Because of the 1986 Air Carrier Access Act, which states airlines are required to provide assistance with boarding, deplaning, and making connections, airlines offer the chairs to anyone who requests them, and proof of disability is not required.
Would you say it is abused?
Yes, I would say it's abused the same way the service animals are abused.
Herrero says the practice is so common it even has names among flight attendants, including Miracle Flights and Getaway Jesus. But she says the telltale.
And her toddler refuses to wear her seatbelt during takeoff, and the entire plane is waiting as she's leisurely enjoying a cookie. The video shows that during the final stage before takeoff, this child refused to fasten their seatbelt. Meanwhile, the mother was leisurely eating a cookie, making no effort to correct the child's behavior. She simply watched the child. This behavior caused hundreds of people on the plane to wait as the aircraft couldn't depart. The mother showed no awareness of her mistake and still took no action. Frustrated passengers captured the scene on video and posted it online, sparking immediate heated debate. Many people condemned the mother's behavior. Some said, "I understand wanting to teach kids independence, like letting them buckle their own seatbelts, but there's a time and place, and this wasn't it. Nobody wants to wait for your child." Others argued it wasn't the child's fault, but the mother's. She failed in her parental responsibility. However, some believed she deserved more understanding and patience. What are your thoughts on this situation? This girl went viral for teaching her unique fish tank cleaning technique. In her short video, this girl decides to clean her pet fish in the sink. She starts by pouring all the fish out completely, so the bowl is empty and she can clean it. But all the fish slide down the drain. The larger fish that don't fit get put back into the bowl. After the bowl is cleaned, she opens the cabinet under the sink. All the missing fish are waiting right there to come back home. The girl's original intention may have been to share a useful hack, but after the video was posted, it quickly sparked widespread controversy. Some viewers exclaimed, "I almost had a heart attack. She really got me there." Other viewers exclaimed, "I've kept fish for so many years, and only now do I realize I've been doing it the wrong way." But others countered, "Those fish won't survive being exposed to new water sources like that. Especially since that's straight tap water, this is a disaster." What do you think about this situation? This man's 9-year-old cousin absolutely destroyed all of his Gunpla models, but he only received $366 in compensation. When the man walked into his office, he nearly broke down completely. The room was filled with fragments of his models. He saw that a 9-year-old child had completely destroyed everything. He couldn't imagine how years of collected models could be ruined like this. As he expressed his anger, the child's parents simply said, "He's just a child. He doesn't know any better. Don't scare him. It's just some toys. No big deal." Then they only paid $366 in compensation. That amount isn't even enough to cover the cost of just one of his models. The video was posted online and is going viral. Many netizens angrily said they need to call the police and have the parents pay for all the losses. $366 is far from enough. Others analyze that this child needs psychological treatment. This level of destructive behavior is not normal. What do you guys think about this?
We have breaking news right now. This anti-Trump demonstration in Washington, D.C. is now spanning thousands of people, maybe about a mile long, has shut down the streets of Washington, D.C., near the White House, near the Washington Monument. This is significant. This is one of the largest demonstrations against Donald Trump's takeover of Washington, D.C., of the Metropolitan Police Department. It is a completely safe demonstration, and we are here on the ground. People are getting hydrated. People are marching.
We're finally seeing the truth come out.
The police found his related clothing in a trash can near their home after 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro went missing nearly a week. On Tuesday, San Bernardino County authorities confirmed that investigators were aware of reports that Emmanuel was seen in Kern County, but did not provide specific location information. Kern County is approximately a 3-hour and 48-minute drive from San Bernardino County. On Wednesday morning, a fire broke out in a house in the same block where Haro and his wife lived. The authorities stated that this seems to be a coincidence. There are reports that the 2 individuals who set fire are suspected to be homeless, but
a YouTube star known for taking on food challenges had her eyes set on the menu at an Aurora pizza place. When the owner refused to serve her, her fans were outraged.
Steve-O's Pizza and Ribs. Hello? It's home to the OMG 28-inch pizza challenge, and the winner takes home $100.
I'm a YouTuber, and what I do is kind of like my own Man vs. Food.
On Sunday, she set her eyes on Steve-O's pizza joint in Aurora. What she didn't expect was the owner's reaction.
He called me a dirty lie straight to my face. Like, I was like, why do you think I'm here to scam people? Like, I've never had a restaurant experience this bad.
Breaking news, someone on TikTok is building a 10-foot tall electronic killing machine just for fun. So there's this guy on TikTok named Citra, and if you haven't seen him, go ahead and look him up. This guy is building literal nightmare fuel in his own garage. He is building a waterproof, fireproof, bulletproof, and pretty much anything animatronic robot. This robot is going to be an Avengers-level threat. What in the Five Nights at Freddy's Detroit become human robot is Terminator. Core, Nievel Bolcom Polvis, because at that point we're going to be experiencing real life Five Nights at Freddy's. Can you imagine if this robot becomes conscious and then just disappears someday? Imagine this. You're a nurse arriving at work to care for someone else's child when suddenly your own daughter is rushed into the same hospital fighting for her life after a school shooting. This is the reality for one mother. 12-year-old Sophia Fortress was shot Wednesday morning during Mass at Annunciation Catholic School. The sacred quiet of prayer was shattered by gunfire. 2 children, ages 8 and 10, were killed. 17 others were injured, most of them kids. Sophia was among them. She was rushed into surgery in the very ICU where her mother was on shift.
A man forcibly dragged a woman behind the monument, and after a while, she staggered away. This terrible scene happened to be witnessed by a person who was watching the Key West webcam. He lived 1,600 miles away in Boston and immediately called the Key West police.
I'm actually calling from Boston, but bear with me, this is going to sound crazy, but I'm at work, and I had the, the southernmost web point cam.
Yeah.
I could almost swear that I saw somebody get raped.
The police report stated that the caller who made the long-distance call to 911 happened to be watching a webcam.
I didn't kill her physically, but in the back of my mind, she died. And I didn't even cry, not a single tear. I killed you. So it's not like the thought of her is gone by itself was something that she did. It was something that I decided to do. And I killed her in the back of my mind. It's really more of a figurative I killed you, especially in the back of my mind. I try to stress that in the back of my mind. That's why I say it so loud. In the back of my mind, you died. In the back of my mind, I killed you. So it's all in the mind because that's the most secure place you can be is in your mind. So if you can expel that thought from your mind, then everything else will just come together.
This corner looked more like a crime scene than a school bus stop this morning. Parents called police after finding an electric fence just inches away from where their children wait for the bus. The man who put up the fence says he had finally had it with students trespassing and leaving trash in his yard. He figured the fence would keep them out.
I'm not in charge of other people's children. All I can do is protect myself.
But jolted neighbors thought the fence was too extreme. They called police, and police called Public Works.
Battle that's brewing at Starbucks, the coffee giant facing a new lawsuit this morning.
The woman filing the suit claims in a 24-ounce venti, a customer receives 14 ounces of coffee and 10 ounces of ice. And this morning, the coffee giant is fighting back. A new federal lawsuit alleging that mega coffee chain Starbucks is burning their customers when it comes to ice beverages. The suit alleging the brand serves up more ice than coffee, underfilling drinks in order to make more money and higher profits while using intentionally misleading advertising practices. Chicago resident Stacy Pincus filing a proposed class action suit.
Neighbors have to look at this brightly painted fence every day, and they're frustrated that a woman decided on these neon colors.
This past summer, Donna installed a tall privacy fence on her lot along Trotter's Walk in Newton County. Turned out to be too tall. Complaints came in. The county told her to cut it down to size. She did. But over the Thanksgiving weekend, she painted it. Dick Hopkins lives 2 doors down. The neon colors are making him see red. But it's only on one side of the fence. On Donna's side, it's a bluish gray to match the trim on her home.
I don't know what her problem is, but she certainly doesn't have any respect for her other neighbors.
The only part of my fence you can see from the street.
The color of this gate, according to the Young Ranch Architectural Control Committee, is a violation. Margie says she received the notice more than a year after staining her fence with Behr Premium Transparent Waterproofing Wood Finish, the same product she shared with her neighbor across the street. Margie says the HOA approved the neighbor's use of it, but her application was denied. We took a drive around the neighborhood and found fence after fence that appear to be stained with the same protective coating, but Margie couldn't get an answer as to why hers is not allowed.
How do they approve one but not approve another when it's the exact same materials? The only part of my fence you can see from the street.
The color of this gate, according to the Young Ranch Architectural Control Committee, is a violation. Margie says she received the notice more than a year after staining her fence with Behr Premium Transparent Waterproofing Wood Finish, the same product she shared with her neighbor across the street. Margie says the HOA approved the neighbor's use of it, but her application was denied. We took a drive around the neighborhood and found fence after fence that appear to be stained with the same protective coating, but Margie couldn't get an answer as to why hers is not allowed.
How do they approve one but not approve another when it's the exact same materials?
You've probably spotted them. License plates that look damaged or are obscured, which could thwart traffic cameras and avoid tickets and tolls. Veteran journalist Gersh Kunzman roams the city fixing illegible plates, one car at a time.
And this is what's interesting about this car.
He looked up this vehicle's history.
This guy used to get speeding tickets fairly regularly until about late 2020. So presumably he's had this condition for a few years and he's avoided speed camera tickets.
And you wouldn't believe who it belongs to. You've probably spotted them. License plates that look damaged or are obscured, which could thwart traffic cameras and avoid tickets and tolls. Veteran journalist Gersh Kunzman roams the city fixing illegible plates, one car at a time.
And this is what's interesting about this car.
He looked up this vehicle's history.
This guy used to get speeding tickets fairly regularly until about late 2020. So presumably he's had this condition for a few years and he's avoided speed camera tickets.
And you wouldn't believe who it belongs to.
A man bought a Samsung TV from Walmart, only to discover it was a complete fake. Last week, Ross Potts went to his local Walmart to buy a new Samsung TV, but that evening when he opened the box, he immediately sensed something was wrong.
Well, the first thing I noticed was the TV was wrapped in what appeared to be like saran wrap or moving wrap, which I thought was very odd.
Ross said. When he tried to attach the legs, they wouldn't fit because metal plates were blocking the screws. Growing suspicious, Ross peeled off the label on the front, and underneath it said Hisense, not Samsung. Even the remote was the wrong brand. It said Element instead of Samsung.
So I knew at that point something was really wrong. This was not the TV I was supposed to have.
Worse yet, the TV gave off a strange odor, prompting a Walmart employee to ask, "Have you had this TV in a dumpster?" Ross hadn't, but apparently someone else had. It turned out that a previous customer had put an old TV into the box and returned it, and Walmart, unaware of the switch, resold it as new.
Get the out! I'll call the police! Get out! Huh?
A homeowner screams at a man to get out after he breaks in naked, takes a swim, takes a shower, then puts on her husband's clothes, then allegedly
inside her house via the Ring security camera app. Her husband was also there, upstairs showering.
I got a call from my wife saying, "Where are you?" And I just was in disbelief.
Moments later,
just scream and say, "Hey, what are you doing in my house?" Hoping that he would just go away or say he got the wrong house. But he said it was his house. And he said he was going to call the police on me.
Sobbs jumped off the second floor balcony onto his car to escape and call police. Security camera video shows as officers caught 34-year-old Paul Kyan still inside, still insisting he belonged there. The man is homeless and got in using a garage door opener left in an unlocked car. Sobbs says security video also shows the suspect killing the family's 2 birds.
It could have been a lot worse if my kids were home.
A 67-year-old woman unfortunately deceased in front of her neighbor's house, and her children are demanding $2 million in compensation. 67-year-old Martha Wilson baked pumpkin pie on Halloween to give to her neighbors. As she walked up to her neighbor's doorstep, a sensory skull decoration suddenly lit up and let out a scream. Martha slipped in shock and hit the back of her head on the ground, losing consciousness on the spot. The neighbor opened the door and found her, immediately calling 911. Unfortunately, when the medical staff arrived, they confirmed that Martha had no vital signs. Martha's cause of death was determined to be cerebral hemorrhage caused by a head impact. Martha's family sued their neighbor for $2 million in compensation. They believe that this skull prop is both dangerous and malicious, with no warning signs or adjustable volume, and is unsafe for both children and the elderly. However, the neighbor insisted that this was just a Halloween decoration and had no malicious intent, and he could not have predicted that it would trigger such a tragedy. He also pointed out that every household in the community would display similar decorations, and Martha's passing deeply saddened him, but he never expected such a thing to happen. But the judge believes that placing shock devices that can suddenly make loud noises in dimly lit areas inherently poses a danger. In the end, the court ruled that the neighbor was responsible for 30% of the negligence and ordered them to pay $45,000 in compensation to Martha's family. Do you think the judge's verdict is fair?
Oh my God, the whole ocean's on the street. This is Jamaica right now. The water came all the way up to the hotel. Look at this, that's a shark.
We do begin tonight with breaking news. Major Hurricane Melissa is gaining strength and posing a catastrophic threat to Jamaica and other parts of the Caribbean. This satellite image shows the eye of Melissa as it intensified to Category 4 hurricane. The storm has already claimed at least 3 lives in Haiti, flooding streets and destroying homes. It also left a trail of destruction across the Dominican Republic. Jamaica is now preparing for the worst hurricane in decades, with as much as 40 inches of rain and potentially life-threatening flooding. People scrambled to leave the island ahead of the powerful hurricane. All of the airports there are now closed.
Tonight, Jamaica facing catastrophic and life-threatening flooding as Major Hurricane Melissa comes in, with potentially devastating winds and storm surge to follow. Residents stocking up on food and gas. In this community, a woman urging residents to leave right away.
You're asked to evacuate now!
These rocks were brought in from another part of Jamaica to stop the Caribbean Sea from blocking out the only road that leads to the airport. Now, the concern is now, as Melissa rolls its way in, these waves will get too tall for these rocks washing out that only road.
That's video of Oakland Department of Transportation crews tearing up homemade speed bumps at East 21st Street and 19th Avenue this week. Neighbors installed them out of desperation 8 months ago after claiming they pled with the city for 4 years to address dangerous sideshows in the area, and nothing was done.
We paid for that piece without labor and money, and then the city overnight took it away without excuse and without notice.
Michael Andamescal and his neighbors spent $3,000 installing the speed bumps. It's a DIY project, Andamescal says the city's DOT director verbally approved last year. The city told the group they were removed because they created a hazard. A day later, Andamescal says the sideshows returned. Councilmember Charlene Wong took over representing the district the day after the removal. The new council member is frustrated residents and her staff weren't warned before the city scrapped the bumps.
I have not gotten clarity from the director as to why that decision was made.
Homeowner spends decades paying off his mortgage only to suddenly find out his home has been sold in an auction without his knowledge. So how could this happen? He worked for 22 years to pay off the mortgage on his home in Brooklyn, only to find out that it was auctioned off. He had been paying his water bill, but it turns out there was an old bill he never knew about. But the city sold the debt to a private investor who then sold his $800,000 home at an auction. And thousands of New Yorkers could be at risk of the very same thing.
In the middle of the night, this is what the Brown family in Brooklyn woke up to. Strangers using power tools to try to get into their home, only to find later those strangers had a legal right to be there.
I don't want anybody to go through what I'm going through. It's more than I can bear.
Fillmore Brown bought his home back in 1996, worked 7 days a week for more than 2 decades to pay it off, only to learn it was sold out from under him.
It's rough, it's tough. I cannot eat, I cannot drink, I cannot sleep, I cannot stay at the house.
Baby daycare centers are meant to offer busy parents peace of mind, a secure, safe place for their precious little ones. But what cameras captured inside this daycare, authorities say, is downright sinister. Watch closely. Why is this employee pouring pills into her hand? She grabs a gallon of milk to prep lunch and then does the unthinkable. According to police, she spikes each baby bottle with Benadryl, a sleep-inducing antihistamine. And cops say that wasn't the only time. A week later, she appears to do it again, slipping something inside another bottle before handing it to a baby in a bouncer. Despite the evidence, including photos of the partially dissolved Benadryl pills, police say they weren't able to charge her with a crime.
It made no sense at all because, as law enforcement, you're thinking this is cut and dry child abuse. However, giving somebody something that's over the counter, even being that they're an infant or a small child, doesn't fit the statutory requirements as a crime, unfortunately.
She was never charged, but we found daycare workers across the country who were accused of dosing kids with antihistamines and sleep aid supplements. Experts say any repairman should be able to instantly recognize and fix.
We're going to purposely misalign one of the sensors. This is going to make the garage door not close. This should be a simple fix for any door dealer that's not trying to rip you off.
To fix the problem, all you've got to do is realign the sensors, and just like that, it's fixed.
Then I booked appointments. This guy is from a company called Garage Door Repair. I hand over the remote and let him get to work. He also spots the sensors, but when he comes back inside, his diagnosis is grim.
2 sensors are dead.
So those need to be replaced no matter what.
Exactly, no matter what.
Oh man, do you want to go and show me?
Yes, please.
Back in the garage, he delivers more bad news.
So the gear over here is what to put it. And the sensors are dead.
No, they're not. His price to fix it all today?
How much?
$720.
$720.
But instead of hiring him, I had some questions.
Weren't you trying to rip me off just now?
No.
This
Corner looked more like a crime scene than a school bus stop this morning. Parents called police after finding an electric fence just inches away from where their children wait for the bus. The man who put up the fence says he had finally had it with students trespassing and leaving trash in his yard. He figured the fence would keep them out.
I'm not in charge of other people's children. All I can do is protect myself.
But jolted neighbors thought the fence was too extreme. They called police, and police called Public Works, who questioned whether the fence encroached on a county easement.
Show me what's the truth. You know, everybody's just giving me different words.
The relentless homeowner not giving in because he says the signs posted in his front yard did nothing.
It says no trespassing.
What, you don't like kids? Me, I'm a parent, and I don't want any children around here to get electrocuted.
That's a little too extreme. I mean, you're going to let the kids get electrocuted? That's not cool.
Couple says magnet fishing is as simple as tying a heavy-duty magnet onto a rope, giving it a toss, and then waiting for it to connect to a metal object. Little did they know their casual pastime would lead them to the discovery of a lifetime. The two spent Friday afternoon magnet fishing at Corona Park's Meadow Lake. After about 45 minutes of throwing the magnet back and forth into the water, Kane felt a heavy tug and managed to haul up an old, rusted safe from the murky depths. It wasn't the first time they found an old safe, and they assumed there would be nothing inside, which they were used to finding.
Looked sealed, but I saw a hole in the bottom, so I started banging it on the floor, and I thought there was baggies in there where you would put like change or something like that.
But what was revealed left the couple in disbelief. Agostini says she thought Kane was playing a prank on her when he told her there were stacks of dollar bills inside.
It's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's not money. He's like, no, it really is. Until I saw it for myself and he peeled back.
My kids were picking, or they thought they were collecting seashells, but they actually collected clams, 72 to be exact.
You can see the rows of clams her children collected, but they learned an expensive lesson. Clamming has regulations.
Right before we went, I had decided to look at it, and that's when I saw the amount.
She got a ticket on the spot and later received notice she would have to pay just over $88,000.
It was just really sad. It made me really sad and depressed, and, it kind of ruined our trip.
Lieutenant Matthew Gill with the Department of Fish and Wildlife says the rules are in place to protect the species of shellfish.
The reason we have these regulations is because we have to let them get to 4.5 inches so they can spawn, so they can have offspring every year, and they have juvenile clams.
Lieutenant Gill adding it's important to educate yourself and your children before going ashore.
If you have a dead sand dollar, a dead animal or something like that, or you have a broken seashell, that's fine. Pismo clams, what you're going to see is both shells will be intact together.
Also threatened to pull it all up, which I said to them, go ahead, pull it up. We're not paying for it anyways.
Tracy Becker is examining the subpar paving job outside her Port Alberni business. New asphalt she didn't even want when a crew came knocking on her door nearly 2 weeks ago.
He came walking in and he said that he had some asphalt.
The asphalt was left over from a previous job and that his workers were already paid by that contract. He quoted a price of $9 a square foot at 4 inches thick. When they were about 3/4 finished the job, the man came to Tracy with the price.
Tilly told me it was going to be $28,000.
She says the price included another pad by the road, but it was far more than the smaller 4-inch thick pad that was supposed to be just outside the shop. She says she had signed a paper that they said was for insurance of some kind, which she highlighted herself on the form.
They threatened to put a lien on our business and take us to court.
So she phoned 911.
I told them that we've got some guys here, they're trying to scam me. And so I went off on that. And as I did that, they took off.
It's a pretty straightforward question.
There's no doubt in my mind that the house is gray.
What color is this house?
I see this house in the morning and at night and all day long, and it's gray every day.
Turns out the color
is like a light bluish purple.
Is in the eye of the beholder, or in Dan Swan's case, the HOA, run by Sterling Management.
It's not purple. It's gray.
It all started last year.
I started receiving notices that I didn't get my house approved to be painted.
First notices, then fines, stating he didn't have permission to paint his house purple.
And I wrote him back, said I haven't painted my house.
The house has been this color since 2006. He even has the paint can to prove the color and submitted it to the board. The color is Bear's Gray Timberwolf. That's great.
That's great.
But he still keeps getting fined. Hundreds of dollars in fines that makes these neighbors think maybe it's not about gray at all, but green.
You've probably spotted them. License plates that look damaged or are obscured, which could thwart traffic cameras and avoid tickets and tolls. Veteran journalist Gersh Kunzman roams the city fixing illegible plates, one car at a time.
And this is what's interesting about this car.
He looked up this vehicle's history.
This guy used to get speeding tickets fairly regularly until about late 2020. So presumably he's had this condition for a few years and he's avoided speed camera tickets.
And you wouldn't believe who it belongs to.
He's got a placard that says NYPD.
That's right, he's an NYPD cop. A spokesman claims it was natural wear and tear that the officer only recently noticed. But cops must have been watching as we scoped out the plate.
2 hours later, we're back and look at this. Brand new plates.
And that wasn't the only government employee who was driving around with suspicious plates. According to the placard, this car is owned by a district attorney consultant.
What caught my eye was these two little white patches, and sure enough, he's got KDE turned into KDF.
One senior who ditched natural grass to make life easier is now seeing red, courtesy of the city.
It may look real, but this is synthetic grass, and it's led to a turf war with City Hall. Homeowner Frank Leone installed the fake grass on his North York lawn because he's in his 80s, he's had a stroke, and has limited mobility. Shortly after the turf went in, a complaint was filed by a neighbor. Frank got a notice from the city. Receiving help from former councilor Karen Stintz, Leone called a bylaw officer to inspect the lawn, getting approval last October. And he got it in writing. Leone thought it was over, but just a month later, a building inspector from the city said the lawn is not permeable, meaning water can't pass through it. And
He's being charged for failure to comply with an order.
this despite the approval of a bylaw officer.
He's now being served with additional notices of violation, including fines, if he doesn't replace his grass within the next 30 days.
According to Leone, he was told that the primary issue was a lack of water flow, even though his turf has many holes, and it allows water to flow through easily.
Police got a call from a neighbor on Wednesday night. When they got here, they say they found an adapter and a hose hooked up right here on this fire hydrant, and the hose was running into this man's backyard. Police say the man told him he was trying to save some money. Gwinnett County Police say they caught 51-year-old Richard Isaac red-handed with a green hose attached to this silver fire hydrant. A neighbor called police around 11:30 Wednesday night. I requested the police report where the officer explained he found an adapter hooked up to the fire hydrant. Attached to that, the garden hose running straight to Isaac's backyard and into his pool. The hydrant! What was even more surprising to neighbors on Mint Julep Court was why he did it. The report says he told the officer the last time he filled his pool, it cost him too much money.
I wouldn't dream of doing anything like that.
She'd have got him a ticket for being a ding-dong or stupidity.
No tickets, but police charged Isaac with theft and illegal use of a fire hydrant.
You don't have to go out and hook up to the fire hydrant and just increase everybody else's water bill.
The officer estimated by the time he got out here, Isaac had gotten over 5,000 gallons in his pool. He bonded out of jail, but we were not able to find him at home today.
A woman called consumer expert Amy Davis for some help when the HOA told her that she needed to remove the fence, the safety fence around her swimming pool.
Their homeowner's insurance company told them they are required to have a fence around their pool, but just last year, 2 years later, the HOA told the family to take it down.
Four things motivated Susan Durgaprasad and her husband to install this safety gate around their backyard pool.
It provides safety for the entire community and our family.
But their homeowners association in Bender's Landing in Spring says this fence is not compliant with association guidelines and it must go. By email, Bender's Landing HOA President Bruce Johnson contends that corner lots like hers can only have a non-privacy fence constructed of iron.
And the way Texas law works is it says if the deed restrictions don't impose a restriction, it's up to the owner to decide how to use their property.
Still, the board has denied her appeal to allow her fence twice. Khan says she has three choices: move, pay for a much more expensive fence allowed by the HOA.
The couple put in more than $10,000 worth of landscaping to their lawn, including these decorative white rocks. Now they may have to remove all of them.
Association says these white rocks around Demarest and Jose Heinzen's home violate the neighborhood bylaws. The couple got a letter saying they have 2 weeks to remove the stones.
To my amazement, we got a letter in the mail saying that, we can't have the white rocks.
Like most HOAs, the Heinzens requires property owners to get approval before making certain changes to the exterior of their home, including landscaping. The Heinzens admit they didn't follow those rules. Their neighborhood bans white landscaping rocks. The HOA's management company told me in a statement, quote, Avalon Park was developed with traditional design principles that take into consideration the regional context. The Heinzens say they always work to keep their property in good shape.
We take the initiative to give the house some curb appeal. We just had the house painted and everything without a letter from them. Mind you, we were probably one of the last ones in the neighborhood to paint the house, and we never got a letter about our house looking bad because we were always on top of it with pressure washing.
The HOA tells us other rock colors are acceptable, and they can work with homeowners on their landscaping designs. If nothing is done, the battle over the rocks may end up in court.
This one has a lot of people up in arms. 2 girls were trying to board a United flight in Denver when the gate agent stopped them, deeming their spandex leggings were inappropriate. The outrage began at Denver Airport Sunday when 2 girls were denied entry onto a United flight by the gate agent. The reason? They were wearing spandex leggings. Passenger Shannon Watts tweeting, "She's forcing them to change or put dresses on over leggings or they can't board. Since when does United police women's clothing?" United immediately responded, "We do have the right to refuse transport for passengers who are barefoot or not properly clothed." The reaction on social media, fast and furious. Since when are leggings inappropriate? Is United Airlines fashion police or misogynists? United later clarified the girls were traveling on the airline's PASS program, which provides free flights for relatives and friends of United employees. The airline told us it has stricter dress code requirements for these non-revenue passengers.
United's policy does seem a bit more sexist than other airlines because they restrict leggings, they restrict mostly articles of clothing that women would wear, while men are mostly free to go as long as they don't wear flip-flops.
Followed an extension cord from his home to the construction crew building next door.
And saw the gentleman came to the window. My question to him was, what the F are you doing still in my power?
After numerous complaints, Adams says David Weekley Home Builders reps assured him they'd reimburse him. But guess what? Just last night, Adams caught the contractors again using his electricity.
I got to worry about somebody stealing my power. That's insane. I didn't pay for this, or nobody deserves to have their power stole from a multi-million-dollar company to put up new construction right beside you.
While we were talking with Adams, who's an active duty U.S. Army soldier, a representative for the home builder showed up.
I can understand if we weren't going to make it right. What's funny is the gentleman that's buying the house next door to him works for us.
This is my property.
Adams says he's now taking extreme measures, cutting his electricity so construction crews don't steal it.
Now I got my first home in a nice gated community that my wife picked out, and I got to worry about somebody stealing my power.
People requesting wheelchairs who don't actually need them to get through security and to board the flights.
Christy Herrero, who has now left the industry, has seen her share of airports, long lines, and people who request wheelchairs and might not actually need them.
They want them in the beginning of the flight so that they don't have to stand in line at security. They can be the first person to board the airplane if it's an airline that has open seating.
Because of the 1986 Air Carrier Access Act, which states airlines are required to provide assistance with boarding, deplaning, and making connections, airlines offer the chairs to anyone who requests them, and proof of disability is not required.
Would you say it is abused?
Yes, I would say it's abused the same way the service animals are abused.
Herrero says the practice is so common it even has names among flight attendants, including Miracle Flights and Get No Jesus. But she says the telltale.
An Arizona father and son take a road trip to Arkansas and come back home with a 2-carat diamond.
I don't think it's glass.
I don't think it's glass either. That's Marshall and his dad Will's holding the camera in Arkansas's Crater of Diamonds State Park, a unique place where anyone can go and dig for diamonds.
And I scraped my bucket off the top, and Marshall's digging for China, man. He's going as deep as he can. So we carry both of our buckets up to the wash center.
The Arizonans love sifting dirt for treasure, but this dirt seemed different. So they took the shiny rock up to the Diamond Identification Center.
Seeing if it's a diamond.
Seeing if it's a diamond. Nothing tops a diamond. Will grew up out there. His uncle was an Arkansas State Park employee, so the road trip made sense.
And the park superintendent let us know that it was a 2.03 carat Arkansas diamond, second largest found in the park that year.
Will showed it to us, and the proof it's real.
We're talking like 0.0002% chance of finding one that big.
Father and son bonding experience as rare as the diamond they found.
A husband boarded his flight and left without his wife when she insisted on getting Starbucks at the airport after he said they didn't have time. In a Reddit post, the man explained the situation minutes before the next leg of their journey. But the wife insisted she wanted coffee and the husband offered to get it from the market right next to their gate. He insisted, however, on going to Starbucks, which was nowhere near their gate. He told her they did not have enough time, but she went anyway without him. As the plane was boarding, this husband called his wife 4 times to ask where she was. She finally answered on the 4th call and said that she was on her way back to the terminal and that the line at Starbucks was exceptionally long. The husband went ahead and boarded the plane after the gate agent said they couldn't hold up the flight. He full on left his wife behind. A wife is a spouse and an equal, not a doormat or a servant, and Redditors were very concerned about this woman, encouraging her to make an exit plan. And she did post an update saying she has a plan in place to leave. She deserves so much more, and she shouldn't have to live with his disrespect.
That's when Richard Gilson started hitting glass outside his Jersey Shore home.
That was actually in the ground, this jar.
Near the glass was what he thought were root balls. He tossed them to the side, but days later discovered something strange about the object.
One of those root balls popped up. Lo and behold, it wasn't a root ball. It was actually $1,000 wrapped in burlap. These are $100 rolls of 10s and 20s. And, he had them all wrapped up in a $1,000 bundle.
There were 2 wads of cash dating back to 1934.
When we looked it up, the value of $2,000 back in 1934 was $40,000.
Initially, Gilson thought the money must have been tied to a bank robbery some 9 decades earlier, but learned the property was owned by a James Dempsey during the Great Depression, and that the owner had asked his daughter to bury the money somewhere in the front yard.
It's a lot of money, but it's not life-changing, obviously. I think the story's more interesting, the history of the fact that this fella did this 90-some years ago, and people had asked me, what are you going to do with it?
This woman is holding a 6-month-old girl she found on the beach after the baby's parents allegedly left her alone for almost an hour. Police say the parents took a walk down the beach with 3 of their children, leaving their 6-month-old daughter all alone in a tent. A woman who was sunbathing nearby says she saw the baby all alone. She notified hotel staff and called 911. By the time deputies arrived, hotel personnel said the baby had been left unattended during nap time from 11:10 a.m. to 12:06 p.m., 56 minutes.
This wasn't just a mistaken mom has baby, no dad has baby, or we thought somebody else had baby. It essentially was the parents who walked off with other children and left the baby without any care for that about an hour time frame.
According to the police report, the dad told cops that the other 3 children had run off down the beach, so he and his wife went after them to go for a walk, leaving their sleeping infant in the tent unattended. He said they lost track of time and did not realize how long they had been gone.
That ear-piercing scream is an unruly child on a transatlantic flight to New York. The passengers describe an 8-hour flight from hell with non-stop and nerve-jangling screaming and fussing. They even covered their ears to drown out the 3-year-old. His mom was overheard telling flight attendants he has behavioral problems. Before the plane even took off from Germany, the child's mother could be heard asking a flight attendant to turn on the Wi-Fi so the child could be appeased with an iPad. She was also heard pleading, "Calm down, honey."
Everybody was just kind of looking at each other like, oh, this is going to be a long flight.
The passengers sure were relieved when the flight finally landed at Newark International Airport after 8 hours of screaming.
But you need, as a parent, to actively be prepared for this. Snacks are really important. To have snacks prepared for the baby or the child. Also a book, maybe a favorite book or a favorite toy. You can also try an iPad, download ahead of time the songs that a baby might like to soothe the baby.
A simple home improvement purchase turned into a nightmare for a local family. Now they want to warn all homeowners.
A $3,500 fridge.
The fridge still works.
Ended up costing Bradley Bird an estimated $700,000. The Birds purchased the fridge in December from Costco. The new fridge, installed by a third-party contractor, was provided by Costco. Everything looked operational.
When my daughter got home from school that day, she FaceTimes me and says,
Dad, the house is underwater.
It wasn't until that frantic FaceTime 6 hours after the fridge was delivered that he realized the installer failed to properly install the water supply line, resulting in a major flood when the line burst. The water damage was extensive, affecting multiple rooms, furniture, electronics, musical instruments, and even the home structure.
So far, I have spent about $300,000 on repairs, mitigation, third-party charges for reports and testing.
I was shocked. I thought, is this for real?
Denise Holland is making her message explicitly clear.
If they have to go to the bathroom, let them go to the bathroom.
No one should curb her stepson's bathroom breaks.
It's preposterous. You think it's a joke.
She says his first grade teacher sent this note home with students at CC Rono Elementary School last week. It asks parents to encourage bladder endurance so kids only have to use the restroom once or twice in a school day.
For children, it's normal for them to go up to 10 to 12 times a day.
Pediatric urologist Dr. Jessica T. Casey tells me waiting too long can cause infections, bedwetting, and even long-term kidney damage.
We can't be there in the classroom with them. So at least when we hear of stuff like this going on, I think it's important that we go to the school right away. It's so important to stand up for the kids because they don't really have a voice.
They gave us a letter from the school's principal. Now it reads in part, I want to reassure parents the school has never had a policy restricting bathroom breaks for students. And in my class, the students will be able to go when they ask.
New mom refused to tell her family which of her two babies was adopted because she feared they would treat the babies differently. The mom posted to Reddit where she explained that she gave birth to a baby girl about 2 months ago. At the same time, she adopted another baby girl who was born about 3 days before. The story goes that her best friend fell pregnant around the same time she did, but that this friend was not in a place financially or emotionally to have a child. This friend wanted her child to have a good life somewhere else, so this woman stepped in and said she would adopt the baby and raise the girls as twins. Everything seemed to be on track for these two friends and their babies. That is, until the mother's family met the babies. As soon as this woman's grandmother met the babies, she asked which one was her daughter. The woman replied, both of them. Grandma got mad, rolled her eyes, and asked which one was her real daughter. And this woman's parents backed Grandma up, saying that she should tell them which one was adopted. This woman was shocked as she viewed both babies as her daughters. She kicked her family out and told them that unless they apologized and stopped asking which baby was adopted, they wouldn't be seeing either of them.
San Francisco neighborhoods say they've seen a disturbing crime trend here in the past few days.
A thief has drilled holes into the garage doors of dozens of homes in San Francisco's inner Richmond district.
They reach in with a wire, they grab the emergency latch, they pull it, and this garage door goes right up. So it's just a tiny hole.
This surveillance video shows the suspected thief walking up to a home on 15th Avenue. The owner says the suspect drilled a hole in her garage door Wednesday morning, which has already been patched up.
This was him yesterday.
Neighbors have posted flyers alerting residents that there is a suspect drilling holes into garages to break into homes. Josh Schiffman tells me he was out walking his dog around 6 o'clock Wednesday morning when he saw the suspect casing homes. Schiffman says he yelled out at the suspect. It's unclear how many homes the suspect was actually able to burglarize.
We'll bounce back. We have before, but it is disheartening. It makes you feel unsafe.
One homeowner created a website to offer tips to help people protect their homes against burglaries.
A man was ordered by his homeowners association to keep his RV door permanently open for inspection or face eviction. Carter had been homeless for 6 years. He recently inherited $214,000 from his mother's estate and used the money to purchase property near Conifer. He moved his RV there and bought a shipping container to store tools, dreaming of building a home. But that dream shattered in April when Carter received a notice from the HOA demanding he keep his RV doors permanently open or face eviction. This worried Carter greatly. He feared leaving the doors open would lead to theft of his belongings, and it would be too cold to sleep inside at night. So, as usual, he closed the doors. Unfortunately, the next day, he received an eviction notice from the HOA, demanding he move out within 3 days for violating community rules and disrupting order. Carter felt deeply wronged. He argued that since he had purchased the property outright, he had no reason to be evicted. He accused the HOA of harassment and extortion. Refusing to yield to the HOA, Carter prepared to file a lawsuit to defend his property rights.
Customer got upset because an all-you-can-eat fish fry didn't live up to its name.
It's false advertising.
Bill Wisseth has a beef with the all-you-can-eat fish fry at Chuck's Place in Thiensville. He was there Friday when the restaurant cut him off after he ate a dozen pieces.
We asked for more fish, and they refused to give us any more fish.
The restaurant says it was running out of fish and patience, arguing Bill has been a problem customer before. They sent him on his way with another 8 pieces, but that still wasn't enough. He was so fired up, he called the police. Why did you think you needed to call the police about it?
Well, because I think that people have to stand up for consumers.
And he wasn't done. He came back 2 days later with a picket sign. Elizabeth Remming is a waitress there and says they've tried to work with Bill over the years, like letting him have a tab he still hasn't paid off. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I've got a running account here.
Bill isn't backing down, saying his fish fry fight isn't over.
Sarasota mother is upset tonight. She says her son's birthday party was ruined when the restaurant they were eating at asked them to leave.
It completely ruined it. He cried the whole way home.
Tracy Clareson is describing how her 7-year-old son's birthday party ended last night at the Oriental Buffet off Bee Ridge Road in Sarasota.
I was shocked that they said he ate too many crab legs.
Shocked because the restaurant is advertised as an all-you-can-eat buffet. According to Tracy, a woman at the restaurant approached her 11-year-old son, William.
She told us that that's all you eat, you don't get any more, get out if you don't like it.
Tracy was with her 2 kids, husband, brother, and parents, all there celebrating Hayden's 7th birthday.
We explained to her that there were 7 people at the table, 3 of us eating crab legs, and that my 11-year-old was going up and getting them for us.
Hayden has mild autism, and this is his favorite place. Tracy says he still doesn't understand what happened.
That he was upset again this morning and said, "Mommy, can we go back?" And I said, "I don't think so, honey." And he kept asking. He said, what was too many? Why did William eat too many? He didn't understand.
Sacramento senior uncovered an envelope of money she lost years ago.
When the bank refused to accept it, it was time to call Curtis.
Mary Venegas discovered the envelope she misplaced with $6,000 cash inside. She put it down somewhere in her yard the day she planned to deposit the money to cover her taxes. That was 4 years ago. Somehow it ended up on the ground with cardboard covering it. The bill's now dirty, water damaged, the corners eaten away. But on a fixed income, she really needs this money now, behind on winter utility bills. But she says Bank of America, where she has banked for decades, refused to take the money.
And so we said, well, how come you can't take them? Because they're deteriorated.
The Treasury Department does exchange mutilated money if 1/2 or less of the original note remains, or if its value is in question based on the condition. Bills damaged by fire, explosives, water, chemicals, animals, or insects. If the bank won't take the money, the government process to exchange it could take anywhere from 6 months to 3 years.
What if I die before I ever received it?
An Ohio grandma shares a cleaning tip and dives into social media stardom.
That's crazy. That's crazy, ridiculous.
Lisa Pack says her pool tends to get a little green, leaving her family feeling blue.
My pool has never been clear. It's just doesn't stay clear for some reason.
Until she says she tried a simple trick that requires no effort, no scrubbing, and fits in the palm of her hand, a Mr. Clean Magic Eraser.
Magic Eraser, you put it in your skimmer basket.
She left it there overnight, and when she checked the next morning,
wada bing, wada boom, it was green and the pool was clear.
Pack was so impressed with the results, she took to Facebook, posting a photo of the very green sponge along with an explanation of her cleaning hack. The idea made a huge splash.
How it went viral, nobody else must have tried it. But it has worked, and now other people has tried it. Gosh, I bet you I've probably gotten about 100 responses saying that they've tried it.
Of course, she says she still has to vacuum to pick up dirt and debris, but on the whole, she says keeping her pool clean is a breeze now.
He stole electricity for 3 straight years, but when he got caught, he sued the landlord. In Austin, Texas, a landlord named David Chen noticed something strange. His rental property, which had been vacant for over 3 years, was still generating monthly electric bills. At first, he blamed it on old wiring, but when he returned to the apartment to prepare for new tenants, an electrician discovered a cable running directly through the wall and into the neighbor's unit. The neighbor, Tyler Grant, had been secretly siphoning electricity from the empty unit for 3 years, charging his electric car, running air conditioning, even powering a home studio. David cut off the power and filed a police report. Tyler admitted to the theft, but 1 week later, David was hit again. Tyler sued him. He claimed the landlord had voluntarily provided power and that cutting it off caused him emotional harm. He demanded $35,000 in damages. The local court agreed to hear the case. Police did nothing, and the utility company said this is a private dispute. So now the man who stole electricity for 36 months is officially considered the victim. And the landlord is facing thousands of dollars in legal fees for shutting off power to his own building.
How did you feel when you found out roofers were doing your roof and you didn't ask them to?
I wanted to get home right away.
Son who called her to ask why she didn't mention they were getting a new roof. She says she rushed home to see a work crew had removed almost all the shingles from her home. The roofers had the wrong address and were supposed to be doing a roofing job 3 doors away. Campbell says there were roofing materials everywhere.
They didn't just remove the shingles, they left the mess everywhere. Sides of the house, backyard, debris, everything.
When Campbell contacted the roofing company, they admitted they made a mistake and had the wrong house. She thought they would replace her roof, and she was shocked when they said no.
Campbell called the police, her insurance company, and another roofing contractor who put down an emergency wrap on her house to protect the roof until it can be completed. The company that took off her roof by mistake is 5 Stars Roofing of Markham. We want to be responsible for what we did. We will do her roof for free. If she wants us to do it, we can schedule it.
This parking meter official suddenly realized one day that no one would actually notice if he just stole some quarters. You see, since Jeffrey Dadai was the one responsible for emptying all these parking meters in the first place, there was no way his boss would know if his stash was a few dollars short. The total amount was only counted after Jeffrey dropped these coins off. So from then on, he simply began stealing a bit here and there from every single parking meter he emptied. Since there were just so many meters in his area, before long, he was pocketing between $200 to $600 in free quarters every week. Jeffrey probably thought he'd hit the jackpot since there was no way for him to ever be caught. As it turns out, he was actually right. There really wasn't a way. But little did he know, it wouldn't even matter since he would soon accidentally turn himself in. You see, every time Jeffrey was depositing his stolen coins, he would not only use the bank branch right near his parking meters, he would also still even be wearing his parking uniform. But somehow, these bank workers never asked questions. And it was only 5 years later that they finally became suspicious about his uniform and reported him to the police. By then, Jeffrey had already stolen more than $90,000. After he was arrested, he was forced to pay everything back and also spent 17 days in jail. Jeffrey later said this ruined his life since he lost his job and his wife also left him.
One senior who ditched natural grass to make life easier is now seeing red, courtesy of the city.
It may look real, but this is synthetic grass, and it's led to a turf war with City Hall. Homeowner Frank Leone installed the fake grass on his North York lawn because he's in his 80s, he's had a stroke, and has limited mobility. Shortly after the turf went in, a complaint was filed by a neighbor. Frank got a notice from the city. Receiving help from former councilor Karen Stintz, Leone called a bylaw officer to inspect the lawn, getting approval last October. And he got it in writing. Leone thought it was over, but just a month later, a building inspector from the city said the lawn is not permeable, meaning water can't pass through it. And
he's being charged for failure to comply with an order.
This despite the approval of a bylaw officer.
He's now being served with additional notices of violation, including fines, if he doesn't replace his grass within the next 30 days.
According to Leone, he was told that the primary issue was a lack of water flow, even though his turf has many holes. And it allows water to flow through easily.
Dad said he'd match whatever his high school age son saved up for a car, but now the dad wants to break the promise because the kid saved up $35,000. When the parents made this promise, the boy only had around $5,000 in savings, and the parents thought he'd end up with something reasonable, like maybe $10,000 and ask for a $20,000 car. But while the dad was playing checkers, this boy was playing some form of supercharged chess. The son bought smart stock options and now will have around $35,000 after tax. The dad doesn't think his son did anything more than get stupid lucky. They believe it's irresponsible for a teenager to drive a $70,000 vehicle. The parents definitely consider this a healthier option, but also acknowledge that their son might be disappointed at having to give up his dream of having a luxury vehicle. The parents should hold to their end of the deal. A promise is a promise after all, but it seems like there's a compromise here that gets the son a decent car and a decent savings. Ultimately, it's not a bad situation for any of them to be in, parents or son. The son showed a lot of ingenuity and financial smarts, while his parents are looking toward the future. What would you do as the parents in this situation.
Homeowner paid $85,000 to have it installed, and now the same state that approved it wants him to tear it down.
This is this guy. He has no problems at all.
It's about 190 feet long and connects Doctors Lake to Andy Kent's backyard.
I got a permit.
In fact, Kent says DEP gave him 2 permits.
The government is sitting here asking me to tear down an $85,000 dock that they permitted not once but twice.
The permits were issued summer 2019. It was near completion when a neighbor complained to DEP the new dock hinders his ability to navigate from a canal to the lake. August 2020, an administrative judge recommended DEP revoke Kent's permits now that the dock is finished.
I mean, there's just no way that can be legally correct. There's no way it can be fair to me as a taxpayer. I own a local business that has paid over $28 million in sales tax.
Kent offered this solution. In this illustration, the red line is the route the neighbor would use to get to the lake from the canal.
Waffle House employee gets caught doing something at work that would change her life forever. Yvonne Williams was just 18, but her life was already filled with more responsibility than most her age. Every spare moment was spent working at the Waffle House in Lamarck, Texas, trying to save enough money for her dream of going to college. Yet on one ordinary day, something extraordinary happened. During one ordinary shift, Yvonne had no idea she was being watched. A regular customer, Adrian Charpentier, a 78-year-old man who relied on oxygen, but what she did next would leave an impression far beyond the walls of the restaurant. In a swift and silent act of kindness, Yvonne paused everything she was doing to cut the man's food into bite-sized pieces. A nearby customer watched as Yvonne helped Charpentier. Moved by the scene, she snapped a photo, quietly posting it on social media with words of praise for the young waitress. Then came the surprise no one saw coming. Amid the cameras and flashing lights, Yvonne was presented with a $16,000 scholarship to Texas Southern University.
Just over a week ago, Christina Tennyson, her husband, and 2 kids closed on this 6-bedroom, 3-acre property just south of Manteca. Because the family wanted to paint and update the home before moving in, it was left vacant. Just a couple days ago, she came to check on the progress. But when she drove up to her property to meet her contractors, she was surprised to find a U-Haul truck.
And then I noticed a car and some women and children, running around my driveway. At the time, my contractor was here, so I just went upstairs and I asked him, hey, did you bring a U-Haul? And he said no. So we kind of immediately knew, something's not right.
She confronted them.
I came downstairs to ask them what they were doing here, and they informed me they were moving in. And, I informed them, no, this is my house. And they were trying to tell me that their dad had rented the house.
Turns out the alleged dad was one of 2 men caught on her security camera a few days earlier on her property.
So I just, told them I was going to call the cops.
She did, and as shown here, they immediately left just minutes before sheriff's deputies arrived.
A North Carolina teenager needs a wheelchair to get around, and she needs her father's help to get into her home each day. At least she did, until a Good Samaritan driving by happened to notice the struggle and offered to help in a big way.
Almay Belton is in a wheelchair and needs her father Anthony's help to get up their front steps every day when she gets off the school bus.
Well, it was kind of hard mostly on her.
Then last week, the pair received a visitor.
My wife called and she says, "A man at the door." I said, "What you mean there's a man at the door?" She says, "A man with a big truck in the driveway at the door, and I don't know who he is."
The man in the big truck turned out to be Joe Hill, owner of Premier Waterproofing. So Joe, a complete stranger, parked his truck and knocked on the Belton's door with an offer.
"Will you mind if I come out here and just build you a ramp for nothing?" And it kind of got me. I said, "No, ain't nothing for nothing, no."
But Joe was serious, so on Monday, while Almay was at school, Joe and his team came here to the Belton home and built this ramp free of charge for Almay to use. The part of the day which used to signal frustration and struggle now is inspirational.
The smile did it for me.
A contagious smile, uniting strangers brought together by an act of humanity. And it all started with a knock on the door.
You've probably spotted them. License plates that look damaged or are obscured, which could thwart traffic cameras and avoid tickets and tolls. Veteran journalist Gersh Kunzman roams the city fixing illegible plates, one car at a time.
And this is what's interesting about this car.
He looked up this vehicle's history.
This guy used to get speeding tickets fairly regularly until about late 2020. So presumably he's had this condition for a few years and he's avoided speed camera tickets.
And you wouldn't believe who it belongs to.
He's got a placard that says NYPD.
That's right, he's an NYPD cop. A spokesman claims it was natural wear and tear that the officer only recently noticed. But cops must have been watching as we scoped out the plate. 2 hours later, we're back and look at this. Brand new plates. And that wasn't the only government employee who was driving around with suspicious plates. According to the placard, this car is owned by a district attorney consultant.
What caught my eye was these two little white patches, and sure enough, he's got KDE turned into KDF.
The 100-year-old stove, and it still works.
I've been cooking on it since the day I got it.
The stove was built by General Electric around 1924 when Calvin Coolidge was president. It was one of the first stoves powered by electricity. Check out the original ad. It's described as the electric maid for the modern mother. Joanne and Marcus from Long Island bought it secondhand for $100 in 1979. They showed Inside Edition reporter Allison Hall the crystal knobs and the perfect white porcelain. It even has a bread warmer.
Did you ever think that it was going to last you this long?
No. I never.
It just kept on working.
The stove isn't the only old appliance Joanne and Marcus own. They also have a working fridge from 1930.
It's been working since the 30s, and we've been using it regularly since we've had it.
You guys have some pretty lucky appliances.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess we do, yeah.
And they're getting rich doing it.
I paid $1 for each one of these.
They'll resell them for $4 each. This Dyson vacuum cleaner that they bought at Lowe's on clearance for $137
We'll clear $1 million in sales this year.
You heard right. Kristen and Justin Herbert are flipping household products. It's called retail arbitrage. Buy lots of the same item at a low price, then sell high.
Well, let's go make some money.
On this day, the Herberts raid the clearance aisle for water coolers that are 75% off.
There you have it. Pretty good haul.
They bought 10 water dispensers, plan to make $200 profit. Resell on Amazon for $500.
There's some days where, we walk into a store and literally in 15 minutes find over $1,000 in profit.
The parents from Phoenix, Arizona said they made $30,000 last year just by reselling Trader Joe's everything but the bagel seasoning. First, they search online for items that are popular right now, like these Contigo water bottles bought for $5 a box. They'll be resold for $20. They also buy items that will soon be in high demand.
Father's Day is going to be coming up, so I know that people are going to be buying stuff for their dad, tools.
Good advice. Maybe one day you too can make $1 million part-time.
Neighbors have to look at this brightly painted fence every day, and they're frustrated that a woman decided on these neon colors.
This past summer, Donna installed a tall privacy fence on her lot along Trotter's Walk in Newton County. Turned out to be too tall. Complaints came in. The county told her to cut it down to size. She did. But over the Thanksgiving weekend, she painted it. Dick Hopkins lives 2 doors down. The neon colors are making him see red. But it's only on one side of the fence. On Donna's side, it's a bluish gray to match the trim on her home.
I don't know what her problem is, but she certainly doesn't have any respect for her other neighbors.
Donna says over the last couple of years, she hasn't seen eye to eye with a neighbor on the other side of the fence. She believed a little more privacy was best for everybody. But she says the county incorrectly told her a 6-foot fence was fine. As for the paint job, the county does not regulate the color of a resident's fence.
That paint is a 20-year warranty paint, so within 15 years, if it needs to be repainted, it'll be painted the same color.
Truckers say it's been a daily and nightly thing. Teenagers going door to door, knocking on the doors, selling themselves truck to truck. Police spent the weekend trying to break it up, and truckers say in this lot, officers can just take their pick.
Nothing surprises me anymore. I've seen everything but Bigfoot at a truck stop, you know?
Indianapolis trucker David Howington visits this truck stop every day along South Harding at 465, and he says the prostitutes were getting bolder by the day. Other truckers told police a 14-year-old girl has been among those working this truck stop, so officers tracked her down over the weekend. They say she denied being a part of it, but her 19-year-old sister, Jody Kinslow, went to jail. She's charged with trespassing, and police say she's been arrested for prostitution in the past. Even while our cameras were out here, we saw women that truckers identify as regular prostitutes going door to door, and police have called in CPS to investigate their family in hopes of keeping her 14-year-old younger sister from following in the older sister's footsteps in this illegal trade out here at the truck stops.
What I find, that's my Christmas present.
A long-lost Christmas present from 46 years ago.
He was helping his parents renovate their home when he removed part of a bathroom wall and saw a neatly wrapped package covered in dust. So what was it? Turns out it was a long-lost gift from more than 4 decades ago.
And what he found inside was a shock.
This is inside the wall. And look what I find. That's my Christmas present.
That's right, a long-lost Christmas present from 46 years ago. Tim King is now 53. He was a kid just 6 years old in 1978 when his parents got him the gift. Just look at that bright red gift wrapping paper. It's adorned with Donald Duck and other Disney characters. And look, Mom even wrote his name right there on the paper. He can't wait to find out what's inside.
Oh my gosh!
Thunderjets.
It's a set of Thunderjets made by Matchbox, still in its original packaging.
This man almost took his secret to the grave. Just weeks before he died, he told his daughter that he was a bank robber.
Shocked isn't a big enough word.
Ashley Randall's father, Thomas, was dying of lung cancer at the age of 71 when out of nowhere, he admitted he once lived under another name. Ashley demanded to know his real name.
He really quietly said, if I tell you, you have to promise you won't look into this.
He said it was Ted Conrad.
I couldn't not look. And the first thing that popped up was a headline that said something like, Ted Conrad, vault teller, bank heist.
In 1969, Ted Conrad stole $219,000 from a bank in Cleveland where he worked as a teller. With his new ill-gotten wealth, Ted Conrad started a new life. He bought a penthouse apartment in Boston, played a lot of golf, and became a car salesman.
By the time he married my mom, the money was gone.
But all that time, he was still being sought.
A 6-year-old flying solo to visit his grandmother was mistakenly put on the wrong flight.
My stomach was tight, my heart was pounding.
The boy's grandmother, Maria Ramos, says he was supposed to fly from Philadelphia to Fort Myers for Christmas, but when she went to pick him up at the gate, he wasn't there, telling Wink News.
So I ran inside the plane to the flight attendant and I asked her, where's my grandson? He was handed over to you at Philadelphia. She said, no, I had no kids with me.
The boy traveling on Spirit Airlines was accidentally sent to Orlando.
He said, Mom, where are you? I don't see you. I got out the plane. I said, what you mean you got out the plane? He said, yes, I'm here. I land. I'm in the airport. I said, give me an adult. He said, I don't have nobody with me.
In a statement, Spirit Airlines said the child was always under the care and supervision of a Spirit team member. And as soon as we discovered the error, we took immediate steps to communicate with the family and reconnect them. We apologize to the family for this experience. Maria says the airline, which put her grandson's bag on the right flight, offered to reimburse her for the drive to pick him up. But that isn't enough for her.
Identical twins decided to become doctors, got into the same med school, the Medical University of South Carolina. They excelled right up to their second year final exam.
And left thinking everything had gone incredibly well. Excited to start our third year of medical school.
They were both accused of cheating.
Absurd, and thought it would be easily cleared up.
The cheating accusations came about when test proctors cheating was thought to be the only...
Did you cheat? Absolutely not. No.
The sisters say they were immediately treated like pariahs by their fellow students.
Years. We were disinvited from several weddings.
They said they had no choice but to leave the school. But the sisters fought back. They sued the school for defamation, and they put forward a very plausible explanation. First, they testified that they always test alike. Second, they always study together too.
Always been within a percentage point of each other.
Look, they scored exactly the same on the SATs. 6 years later, Kayla and Kelly have finally won their battle. A jury found in their favor and awarded the twins $1.5 million.
If you can't comfortably fit in the seat, meaning you need a seatbelt extender, or you take a part of another seat, you will have to buy an extra ticket, and it may not be refunded. If you can't squeeze into your seat, Southwest Airlines may soon be squeezing your wallet.
I would rather prefer if Southwest could make like
extra large or larger seats for like plus size people, you know.
Starting next year, plus-size passengers who take up space in a neighboring seat will be required to purchase an extra ticket. It's a controversial topic, but the airline says the policy is intended to accommodate all passengers, and some say the policy is necessary.
Our daughter had a plus-size person beside her, and she and her fiance could not really sit in their seats, so that was a long flight and was pretty miserable.
Currently, travelers can buy an extra seat ahead of time and get a refund later, or request an extra seat for free. The new policy states the second seat will be non-refundable unless the flight has at least one open seat.
Everything gone.
Everything they own.
Clothing items, all my groceries. They cleared out my whole refrigerator full of groceries.
Is gone. Thrown in the dumpster by order of the management at the Hamilton, the high-end mid-rise apartment building where Johnny and his daughter lived in the Deep Ellum neighborhood of Dallas.
They came to my door and cleaned everything out, from my daughter's clothes to my clothes to everything, from a toothbrush.
Johnny filed when he returned home from work in late July to find his apartment door unlocked and the contents cleared out. According to the report's narrative, a leasing agent on site said there was a misunderstanding and maintenance accidentally cleared out Abney's unit instead of the unit next door where a tenant was being evicted. All of Johnny's belongings had been thrown in the dumpster hours earlier and had been picked over by the other residents. He says his mattress had been urinated on.
Not only did they put my stuff out, they watched people take all my property all day.
Property management offered to get what they could from the trash and return it to Johnny's unit, but
also threatened to pull it all up, which I said to them, go ahead, pull it up. We're not paying for it anyways.
Tracy Becker is examining the subpar paving job outside her Port Alberni business. New asphalt she didn't even want when a crew came knocking on her door nearly 2 weeks ago.
He came walking in and he said that he had some asphalt.
The asphalt was left over from a previous job and that his workers were already paid by that contract. He quoted a price of $9 a square foot at 4 inches thick. When they were about 3/4 finished the job, the man came to Tracy with the price.
Tilly told me it was going to be $28,000.
She says the price included another pad by the road, but it was far more than the smaller 4-inch thick pad that was supposed to be just outside the shop. She says she had signed a paper that they said was for insurance of some kind, which she highlighted herself on the form.
They threatened to put a lien on our business and take us to court.
So she phoned 911.
I told them that we've got some guys here. They're trying to scam me. And so I went off on that. And as I did that, they took off.
This so-called pump switching scam is becoming a growing problem, and they want to keep you from becoming the next victim.
Police here in Lower Merion Township call this pump switching a nuisance crime. They say it happens from time to time, and right now they're noticing an uptick, especially along City Ave, where some drivers have fallen victim to this scam.
So the way that it works is they'll take the pump out of your hand or offer to take it out of your hand and put it away for you, and then they'll keep the pump open and your credit card was in there when you swiped it, right? And so the next person through, if they give them $20 cash, they just charge it off until the pump stops working or your credit card fills up.
Now, police tell us the suspect in these cases will then pocket the cash they make and leave the station. According to police, most victims don't realize the crime has happened for days or even weeks after the incident, which makes it difficult for law enforcement to find and prosecute the offender. So they're warning people, unless you're in New Jersey, you should be the only person handling your gas pump. They say once you're done filling your tank, put the nozzle away, terminate the transaction on the machine, and make sure to get a receipt.
Homeowner paid $85,000 to have it installed, and now the same state that approved it wants him to tear it down.
This is this guy. He has no problems at all.
It's about 190 feet long and connects Doctor's Lake to Andy Kent's backyard.
I got a permit.
In fact, Kent says DEP gave him 2 permits.
The government is sitting here asking me to tear down an $85,000 dock that they permitted not once but twice.
The permits were issued summer 2019. It was near completion when a neighbor complained to DEP the new dock hinders his ability to navigate from a canal to the lake. August 2020, an administrative judge recommended DEP revoke Kent's permits now that the dock is finished.
I mean, there's just no way that can be legally correct. There's no way it can be fair to me as a taxpayer. I own a local business that has paid over $28 million in sales tax.
Kent offered this solution. In this illustration, the red line is the route the neighbor would use to get to the lake from the canal.
Many of those passenger ships are like a second home, but for one woman, the ocean liner is her only home.
Aboard the Crystal Serenity, she's known simply as Mama Lee, and she's been living there for the past 8 years.
I don't have to shop. I don't have to cook. I don't have to do anything. I do what I want, when I want, if I want.
She and her late husband, Mason, took nearly 100 cruises together before he died in 1997.
The last thing he ever said to me, this was the day before he died, don't you quit cruising. I started frequent cruising, but I got very, very tired of packing and unpacking. So I said, there's got to be a better way to do this.
Mama Lee sold her house in Florida, along with her car and most of her belongings, and never looked back.
I'm now a great-grandmother, and my grandchildren are having children, but I don't want to be there every minute for that. I love babies, but they grow up.
New mom refused to tell her family which of her two babies was adopted because she feared they would treat the babies differently. The mom posted to Reddit where she explained that she gave birth to a baby girl about 2 months ago. At the same time, she adopted another baby girl who was born about 3 days before. The story goes that her best friend fell pregnant around the same time she did, but that this friend was not in a place financially or emotionally to have a child. This friend wanted her child to have a good life somewhere else, so this woman stepped in and said she would adopt the baby and raise the girls as twins. Everything seemed to be on track for these two friends and their babies. That is, until the mother's family met the babies. As soon as this woman's grandmother met the babies, she asked which one was her daughter. The woman replied, both of them. Grandma got mad, rolled her eyes, and asked which one was her real daughter. And this woman's parents backed Grandma up, saying that she should tell them which one was adopted. This woman was shocked as she viewed both babies as her daughters. She kicked her family out and told them that unless they apologized and stopped asking which baby was adopted, they wouldn't be seeing either of them.
It's a pretty straightforward question.
There's no doubt in my mind that the house is gray.
What color is this house?
I see this house in the morning and at night and all day long, and it's gray every day.
Turns out the color
is like a light bluish purple.
Is in the eye of the beholder, or in Dan Swan's case, the HOA, run by Sterling Management.
It's not purple. It's gray.
It all started last year.
I started receiving notices that I didn't get my house approved to be painted.
First notices, then fines, stating he didn't have permission to paint his house purple.
And I wrote him back, said I haven't painted my house.
The house has been this color since 2006. He even has the paint can to prove the color and submitted it to the board. The color is Bear's Gray Timberwolf.
That's great. That's great.
But he still keeps getting fined. Hundreds of dollars in fines that makes these neighbors think maybe it's not about gray at all, but green.
How many panels do you have up there?
27. Scott Weinstein says the solar panels he installed on his winter garden home give him the power to sell some of the electricity he generates back to Duke Energy. That has dropped his monthly electric bill from $127 to $23. So when he opened his Duke Energy bill and saw he had an added charge of $17.
My neighbor called me and said, "Did you see this charge?"
Bill Hackett also has solar on his home and sells some of his power back, making his monthly bill around $12 a month. In January, his bill was also adjusted to $30.
What did you think when you saw that charge?
I didn't think. I got mad. I'm like, why?
We asked Duke Energy why. They said this minimum bill of $30 helps make sure that everybody is paying for the upkeep of the electrical grid, which they say everybody is still using. Senate Bill 1024 and House Bill 741 would end what is called net metering and prevent solar customers from selling their excess power back to utility companies at retail prices. That could mean higher bills.
Her family ordered pizzas instead of eating her $15,000 vegan wedding catering. The
bride shared on Reddit that her and her now husband have been vegan for the past 3 years, so it only made sense that they have an all-vegan wedding reception. The bride and groom worked with a chef for months to create a gourmet 5-course meal that just so happened to also be vegan, and the catering cost a pretty penny at $15,000. The bride and groom also kept the wedding menu a secret from guests so that they could enjoy it without prejudice. When the wedding came around, everything was going according to plan until the bride noticed that her brother Tom was not in his assigned seat during the reception. 20 minutes later, Tom returned carrying 20 boxes of pizza with his cousins and distributed it to the guests, saying that it was real food. She confronted her brother, who said that their aunt had texted him saying that all the food was vegetables and that they couldn't let people go hungry at a wedding. People treated the reception dinner as a joke, and the bride's mother-in-law even posted on Facebook saying that her son's wedding was saved by pizza. People on Reddit accused the bride of deliberately hiding the menu, saying that she had an obligation to inform guests so that they could plan accordingly.
This woman is holding a 6-month-old girl she found on the beach after the baby's parents allegedly left her alone for almost an hour. Police say the parents took a walk down the beach with 3 of their children, leaving their 6-month-old daughter all alone in a tent. A woman who was sunbathing nearby says she saw the baby all alone. She notified hotel staff and called 911. By the time deputies arrived, hotel personnel said the baby had been left unattended during nap time from 11:10 a.m. to 12:06 p.m., 56 minutes.
This wasn't just a mistaken mom has baby, no dad has baby, or we thought somebody else had baby. It essentially was the parents walked off with other children and left the baby without any care for that about an hour time frame.
According to the police report, the dad told cops that the other 3 children had run off down the beach, so he and his wife went after them to go for a walk, leaving their sleeping infant in the tent unattended. He said they lost track of time and did not realize how long they had been gone.
An Arizona father and son take a road trip to Arkansas and come back home with a 2-carat diamond. I don't think it's glass.
I don't think it's glass either. That's Marshall and his dad Will's holding the camera in Arkansas's Crater of Diamonds State Park, a unique place where anyone can go and dig for diamonds.
And I scraped my bucket off the top, and Marshall's digging for China, man. He's going as deep as he can. So we carry both of our buckets up to the wash center.
The Arizonans love sifting dirt for treasure, but this dirt seemed different. So they took the shiny rock up to the Diamond Identification Center.
Seeing if it's a diamond.
Seeing if it's a diamond. Nothing tops a diamond. Will grew up out there. His uncle was an Arkansas State Park employee, so the road trip made sense.
And the park superintendent let us know that it was a 2.03 carat Arkansas diamond, second largest found in the park that year.
Will showed it to us, and the proof it's real.
We're talking like 0.0002% chance of finding one that big.
Father and son bonding experience as rare as the diamond they found.
That ear-piercing scream is an unruly child on a transatlantic flight to New York. The passengers describe an 8-hour flight from hell with non-stop and nerve-jangling screaming and fussing. They even covered their ears to drown out the 3-year-old. His mom was overheard telling flight attendants he has behavioral problems. Passenger Shane Townley shot the video. She kind of looked like she was used to it. He was climbing all over the chairs. He was just screaming, would not let up. He was running up and down the aisles. There was nothing she could do. Before the plane even took off from Germany, the child's mother could be heard asking a flight attendant to turn on the Wi-Fi so the child could be appeased with an iPad. She was also heard pleading, "Calm down, honey." Everybody was just kind of looking at each other like, oh, this is going to be a long flight. The passengers sure were relieved when the flight finally landed at Newark International Airport after 8 hours of screaming. The worst flight ever happened in August. But
Couple says magnet fishing is as simple as tying a heavy-duty magnet onto a rope, giving it a toss, and then waiting for it to connect to a metal object. Little did they know their casual pastime would lead them to the discovery of a lifetime. The two spent Friday afternoon magnet fishing at Corona Park's Meadow Lake. After about 45 minutes of throwing the magnet back and forth into the water, Kane felt a heavy tug and managed to haul up an old, rusted safe from the murky depths. It wasn't the first time they found an old safe, and they assumed there would be nothing inside, which they were used to finding.
It looked sealed, but I saw a hole in the bottom, so I started banging it on the floor, and I thought there was baggies in there where you would put like change or something like that.
But what was revealed left the couple in disbelief. Agostini says she thought Kane was playing a prank on her when he told her there were stacks of dollar bills inside.
It's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's not money. He's like, no, it really is. Until I saw it for myself and he peeled back.
This parking meter official suddenly realized one day that no one would actually notice if he just stole some quarters. You see, since Jeffrey Dadai was the one responsible for emptying all these parking meters in the first place, there was no way his boss would know if his stash was a few dollars short. The total amount was only counted after Jeffrey dropped these coins off. So from then on, he simply began stealing a bit here and there from every single parking meter he emptied. Since there were just so many meters in his area, before long, he was pocketing between $200 to $600 in free quarters every week. Jeffrey probably thought he'd hit the jackpot since there was no way for him to ever be caught. As it turns out, he was actually right. There really wasn't a way. But little did he know, it wouldn't even matter since he would soon accidentally turn himself in. You see, every time Jeffrey was depositing his stolen coins, he would not only use the bank branch right near his parking meters, he would also still even be wearing his parking uniform. But somehow, these bank workers never asked questions. And it was only 5 years later that they finally became suspicious about his uniform and reported him to the police. By then, Jeffrey had already stolen more than $90,000. After he was arrested, he was forced to pay everything back and also spent 17 days in jail. Jeffrey later said this ruined his life since he lost his job and his wife also left him.
They're getting rich doing it.
I paid $1 for each one of these.
They'll resell them for $4 each. This Dyson vacuum cleaner that they bought at Lowe's on clearance for $137
We'll clear $1 million in sales this year.
You heard right. Kristen and Justin Herbert are flipping household products. It's called retail arbitrage. Buy lots of the same item at a low price, then sell high.
Well, let's go make some money.
On this day, the Herberts raid the clearance aisle for water coolers that are 75% off.
There you have it. Pretty good haul.
They bought 10 water dispensers, plan to make $200 profit. Resell on Amazon for $500.
There's some days where, we walk into a store and literally in 15 minutes find over $1,000 in profit.
The parents from Phoenix, Arizona said they made $30,000 last year just by reselling Trader Joe's everything but the bagel seasoning. First, they search online for items that are popular right now, like these Contigo water bottles bought for $5 a box. They'll be resold for $20. They also buy items that will soon be in high demand.
Father's Day is going to be coming up, so I know that people are going to be buying stuff for their dad, tools.
Good advice. Maybe one day you too can make $1 million part-time.
A Hespeler homeowner came home to a surprise Saturday morning. She says crews were working on paving her driveway without her consent.
Tammy Corrigan has lived in this Hespeler home all her life.
Our driveway was a gravel driveway, country and rustic. Not the prettiest, but it was ours.
Now paved over. She says work to her driveway was done without permission.
This is not supposed to be done.
Corrigan says a man knocked on her door Friday night, offering a discounted rate to pave her driveway.
We talked about the reasons why we did not want to have it done. He talked about the reasons why we should have it done. And
Corrigan says she declined.
At the end of our conversation with, I'll call you next week when we're ready to do this. And my words to him were, we will call you if we decide to do this.
Then Saturday morning, Corrigan says she came home to a crew that was more than halfway done paving her driveway.
Without our consent, without our want, without an agreement, without a contract. And it was very disturbing for us.
Local woman takes on Walmart in court and wins.
Leslie Nurse says she was at the self-checkout at the Sims Walmart with her husband and 3 kids, fighting a malfunctioning scanner, even getting help from a Walmart associate. After she thought she'd finished and paid, she was stopped by an asset protection manager. She was eventually charged with stealing $48 worth of groceries. She was eventually arrested, mugshot taken, but the criminal charge was eventually dropped when no one from Walmart showed up to court. By then, she said the damage to her reputation had already been done, her ability to make a living stifled by the criminal charge. What was worse, she continued to receive demand letters from a Walmart-affiliated law firm offering to drop the matter if she paid them $200. But it turns out many people do. During testimony in the lawsuit she filed against the company, an expert testified Walmart routinely uses to add insult to injury. Walmart never produced a video that would have been recorded at the self-checkout area.
You've probably spotted them. License plates that look damaged or are obscured, which could thwart traffic cameras and avoid tickets and tolls. Veteran journalist Gersh Kunstman roams the city fixing illegible plates, one car at a time.
And this is what's interesting about this car.
He looked up this vehicle's history.
This guy used to get speeding tickets fairly regularly until about late 2020. So presumably he's had this condition for a few years and he's avoided speed camera tickets.
And you wouldn't believe who it belongs to.
He's got a placard that says NYPD.
That's right, he's an NYPD cop. A spokesman claims it was natural wear and tear that the officer only recently noticed. But cops must have been watching as we scoped out the plate. 2 hours later, we're back, and look at this. Brand new plates. And that wasn't the only government employee who was driving around with suspicious plates. According to the placard, this car is owned by a district attorney consultant.
What caught my eye was these two little white patches, and sure enough, he's got KDE turned into KDF.
People requesting wheelchairs who don't actually need them to get through security and to board the flights.
Christy Herrero, who has now left the industry, has seen her share of airports, long lines, and people who request wheelchairs and might not actually need them.
They want them in the beginning of the flight so that they don't have to stand in line at security. They can be the first person to board the airplane if it's an airline that has open seating.
Because of the 1986 Air Carrier Access Act, which states airlines are required to provide assistance with boarding, deplaning, and making connections, airlines offer the chairs to anyone who requests them, and proof of disability is not required.
Would you say it is abused?
Yes, I would say it's abused the same way the service animals are abused.
Herrero says the practice is so common it even has names among flight attendants, including Miracle Flights and Jetway Jesus. But she says the telltale sign is the number of empty wheelchairs at an arriving flight.
It was just last week when surveillance cameras at the Kroger in Danville captured this man walking up to a register to load up a prepaid debit card. He pulled out several $100 bills and handed them to the cashier.
He actually used the counterfeit pens on them, which worked. Once he did that, it appeared that another male that was with them, possibly a lookout, he signaled to another girl that was with them to, hey, come up here and do your transaction.
That woman used another several $100 bills to buy a Visa gift card. A counterfeit pen also showed that the bills were real. All three walked out of the store and nobody realized anything was wrong.
Later on, when they were counting the cash in there using a actual cash counter, those bills were all flagged as counterfeit.
Detective Nate Lean with the Danville Police Department said the trio scammed the store out of $800. 10 Kroger stores in Indiana, mostly in the Indianapolis area, and has cost the supermarket chain nearly $12,000.
In all 14 cases, $100 counterfeit bills were used. They're using them to buy the Green Dot cards, the Visa gift cards, and whatnot. And as long as they can get them to pass, that money now turns into legitimate money because it's now on a gift card.
School cafeteria worker admits she did wrong, and she understands why she was fired.
For 14 years, Debbie Solzman worked as a beloved lunch lady here at Denver Place Elementary School in Wilmington. She says she would upgrade the lunch of a child who didn't have enough money or give them extra food if they said they were still hungry.
If they didn't have enough money on their account, they would get a cheese sandwich instead. When they got a free lunch, that would come back and say, Miss Debbie, I'm still hungry. Didn't you get your belly full for supper last night? And you don't know how many times they heard they didn't have supper that night.
Solzman says she kept Post-it note IOUs and paid out of her own pocket for kids, but the district suspended and terminated her this February for, quote, not keeping track of her register and providing food to her grandchildren without payment, end quote. Solzman admits to giving her grandchildren extra food too, but says it wasn't just them.
I broke the rule. I'm the one that broke the rule.
Police got a call from a neighbor on Wednesday night. When they got here, they say they found an adapter and a hose hooked up right here on this fire hydrant, and the hose was running into this man's backyard. Police say the man told him he was trying to save some money. Gwinnett County Police say they caught 51-year-old Richard Isaac red-handed with a green hose attached to this silver fire hydrant. A neighbor called police around 11:30 Wednesday night. I requested the police report where the officer explained he found an adapter hooked up to the fire hydrant. Attached to that, the garden hose running straight to Isaac's backyard and into his pool. The hydrant. What was even more surprising to neighbors on Mint Julep Court was why he did it. The report says he told the officer the last time he filled his pool, it cost him too much money.
I wouldn't dream of doing anything like that.
She'd have got him a ticket for being a ding-dong or stupidity.
No tickets, but police charged Isaac with theft and illegal use of a fire hydrant.
You don't have to go out and hook up to the fire hydrant and just increase everybody else's water bill.
The officer estimated by the time he got out here, Isaac had gotten over 5,000 gallons in his pool. He bonded out of jail, but we were not able to find him at home today.
Customer got upset because an all-you-can-eat fish fry didn't live up to its name.
It's false advertising.
Bill Wisseth has a beef with the all-you-can-eat fish fry at Chuck's Place in Thiensville. He was there Friday when the restaurant cut him off after he ate a dozen pieces.
We asked for more fish, and they refused to give us any more fish.
The restaurant says it was running out of fish and patience, arguing Bill has been a problem customer before. They sent him on his way with another 8 pieces, but that still wasn't enough. He was so fired up, he called the police. Why did you think you needed to call the police about it?
Well, because I think that people have to stand up for consumers.
And he wasn't done. He came back 2 days later with a picket sign. Elizabeth Remming is a waitress there and says they've tried to work with Bill over the years, like letting him have a tab he still hasn't paid off. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I've got a running account here.
Bill isn't backing down, saying his fish fry fight isn't over.
This man took self-service to a whole new level. Alex Bowen snapped these selfies as he whipped up a late-night snack at a Waffle House when no one was there to take his order.
As soon as I walked around the bar to go to the back, I noticed one employee sleeping there on that bar. I looked at her for a few seconds, and I thought about waking her up, but then I said, this employee is probably tired. I got you, fam. I'll take care of it.
So he walked to the kitchen and cooked himself a giant Texas bacon cheese steak melt. It was 3 a.m. He gobbled the meal down and then left the Waffle House in West Columbia, South Carolina. Waffle House only became aware of what happened when he posted these photos on social media. Waffle House management was not happy, suspending the sleeping employee, but adding, obviously Alex has some cooking skills.
The district manager reached out to me after this occurred, and he said he would like maybe for me to be a secret shopper.
And do you think you'll take him up on that?
Absolutely, ma'am. Waffle House for life.
By the way, Alex tells us he did go back the next day and he paid for his meal.
19-year-old out to buy his grandfather some socks came across a bag with $135,000 just sitting near a Wells Fargo ATM in Albuquerque. Jose Nunez Romanes told CBS affiliate KRQE he called the number on the ATM, then police, because he knew trying to keep the money meant he would have to deal with mom.
Back of my head, I was just thinking about my parents, especially my mom. What would she would do if I came home with the money, and what she would do with her chancla to hit me.
It turns out the Wells Fargo subcontractor whose job it is to fill the ATM left the cash there by accident. The mayor and police chief recognized Nunez for doing the right thing when no one was looking and invited him to apply as a public safety officer while still in school. Nunez also got a $500 check from New Mexico energy provider PNM, a gift card, and $500 cash from a local restaurant. Ryan Erlacher. Nunez told the New York Times he's wanted to be a crime scene investigator.
My kids were picking, or they thought they were collecting seashells, but they actually collected clams, 72 to be exact.
You can see the rows of clams her children collected, but they learned an expensive lesson. Clamming has regulations.
Right before we went, I had decided to look at it, and that's when I saw the amount.
She got a ticket on the spot and later received notice she would have to pay just over $88,000.
It was just really sad. It made me really sad and depressed, and, it kind of ruined our trip.
Lieutenant Matthew Gill with the Department of Fish and Wildlife says the rules are in place to protect the species of shellfish.
The reason we have these regulations is because we have to let them get to 4.5 inches so they can spawn, so they can have offspring every year, and they have juvenile clams.
Lieutenant Gill adding it's important to educate yourself and your children before going ashore.
If you have a dead sand dollar, a dead animal or something like that, or you have a broken seashell, that's fine. Pismo clams, what you're going to see is both shells will be intact together.
San Francisco neighborhoods say they've seen a disturbing crime trend here in the past few days.
A thief has drilled holes into the garage doors of dozens of homes in San Francisco's inner Richmond district.
They reach in with a wire, they grab the emergency latch, they pull it, and this garage door goes right up. So it's just a tiny hole.
This surveillance video shows the suspected thief walking up to a home on 15th Avenue. The owner says the suspect drilled a hole in her garage door Wednesday morning, which has already been patched up.
This was him
yesterday.
Neighbors have posted flyers alerting residents that there is a suspect drilling holes into garages to break into homes. Josh Schiffman tells me he was out walking his dog around 6 o'clock Wednesday morning when he saw the suspect casing homes. Schiffman says he yelled out at the suspect. It's unclear how many homes the suspect was actually able to burglarize.
We'll bounce back. We have before, but it is disheartening. It makes you feel unsafe.
One homeowner created a website to offer tips to help people protect their homes against burglaries.
Homeowner paid $85,000 to have it installed, and now the same state that approved it wants him to tear it down.
This is this guy. He has no problems at all.
It's about 190 feet long and connects Doctors Lake to Andy Kent's backyard.
I got a permit.
In fact, Kent says DEP gave him 2 permits.
The government is sitting here asking me to tear down an $85,000 dock that they permitted not once but twice.
The permits were issued summer 2019. It was near completion when a neighbor complained to DEP the new dock hinders his ability to navigate from a canal to the lake. August 2020, an administrative judge recommended DEP revoke Kent's permits now that the dock is finished.
I mean, there's just no way that can be legally correct. There's no way it can be fair to me as a taxpayer. I own a local business that has paid over $28 million in sales tax.
Kent offered this solution. In this illustration, the red line is a route the neighbor would use to get to the lake from the canal.
Truckers say it's been a daily and nightly thing. Teenagers going door to door, knocking on the doors, selling themselves truck to truck. Police spent the weekend trying to break it up, and truckers say in this lot, officers can just take their pick.
Nothing surprises me anymore. I've seen everything but Bigfoot at a truck stop, you know?
Indianapolis trucker David Howington visits this truck stop every day along South Harding at 465, and he says the prostitutes were getting bolder by the day. Other truckers told police a 14-year-old girl has been among those working this truck stop, so officers tracked her down over the weekend. They say she denied being a part of it, but her 19-year-old sister, Jody Kinslow, went to jail. She's charged with trespassing, and police say she's been arrested for prostitution in the past. Even while our cameras were out here, we saw women that truckers identify as regular prostitutes going door to door, and police have called in CPS to investigate their family in hopes of keeping her 14-year-old younger sister from following in the older sister's footsteps in this illegal trade out here at the truck stops.
A mandate from the Homeowners Association says residents must keep their garage doors open. Failure to comply can result in a $200 fine. Auburn Green's resident Fred Waitlow cleans out his garage.
And I got to remove all this stuff, this personal belongings, pictures.
But it's not something he wants to do.
If we have to have this open from 8 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon, anybody can help themselves and steal you blind. And they do it in this Auburn Greens complex.
This is not safe.
Shally Ia keeps her garage door closed, fearing what might happen if it's left open all day.
This will just be an open door policy and saying, welcome, take what you want.
A member of the board who did not want to speak on camera said the policy was enacted because of a resident who was allowing people to sleep in his or her garage.
I think they could have gone around this in a better, logical way, like, for example, maybe a monthly inspection.
The on-site manager closed its window and posted this sign as we pulled into the parking lot and didn't return our phone call. Until it is, Shally and others plan to keep their garage doors closed.
They're getting rich doing it.
I paid $1 for each one of these.
They'll resell them for $4 each. This Dyson vacuum cleaner that they bought at Lowe's on clearance for $137
We'll clear $1 million in sales this year.
You heard right. Kristen and Justin Herbert are flipping household products. It's called retail arbitrage. Buy lots of the same item at a low price, then sell high.
Well, let's go make some money.
On this day, the Herberts raid the clearance aisle for water coolers that are 75% off.
There you have it. Pretty good haul.
They bought 10 water dispensers, plan to make $200 profit. Resell on Amazon for $500.
There's some days where, we walk into the store and literally in 15 minutes find over $1,000 in profit.
The parents from Phoenix, Arizona said they made $30,000 last year just by reselling Trader Joe's everything but the bagel seasoning. First, they search online for items that are popular right now, like these Contigo water bottles bought for $5 a box. They'll be resold for $20. They also buy items that will soon be in high demand.
Father's Day is going to be coming up, so I know that people are going to be buying stuff for their dad, tools.
Good advice. Maybe one day you too can make $1 million part-time.
How many panels do you have up there?
27.
Scott Weinstein says the solar panels he installed on his Winter Garden home give him the power to sell some of the electricity he generates back to Duke Energy. That has dropped his monthly electric bill from $127 to $23. So when he opened his Duke Energy bill and saw he had an added charge of $17.
My neighbor called me and said, "Did you see this charge?"
Bill Hackett also has solar on his home and sells some of his power back, making his monthly bill around $12 a month. In January, his bill was also adjusted to $30.
What did you think when you saw that charge?
I didn't think. I got mad. I'm like, why?
We asked Duke Energy why. They said this minimum bill of $30 helps make sure that everybody is paying for the upkeep of the electrical grid, which they say everybody is still using. Senate Bill 1024 and House Bill 741 would end what is called net metering and prevent solar customers from selling their excess power back to utility companies at retail prices. That could mean higher bills.
A man was ordered by his homeowners association to keep his RV door permanently open for inspection or face eviction. Carter had been homeless for 6 years. He recently inherited $214,000 from his mother's estate and used the money to purchase property near Conifer. He moved his RV there and bought a shipping container to store tools, dreaming of building a home. But that dream shattered in April when Carter received a notice from the HOA demanding he keep his RV doors permanently open or face eviction. This worried Carter greatly. He feared leaving the doors open would lead to theft of his belongings, and it would be too cold to sleep inside at night. So, as usual, he closed the doors. Unfortunately, the next day, he received an eviction notice from the HOA, demanding he move out within 3 days for violating community rules and disrupting order. Carter felt deeply wronged. He argued that since he had purchased the property outright, he had no reason to be evicted. He accused the HOA of harassment and extortion.
Doctors claim he has the heart of a 37-year-old, the skin of a 28-year-old, and the lung capacity of an 18-year-old. Tech entrepreneur Brian Johnson wants to reverse the aging process in his brain, heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, teeth, skin, hair, everything. He has actually hired a team of 30 doctors and health experts. He gets up at 5:30 a.m. and mixes a concoction called the Green Giant and numerous supplements. He consumes only 1,977 calories a day on an all-vegan diet. Johnson undergoes numerous blood tests, ultrasounds, and MRIs. Dr. Rigved Tadwalker says trying to reverse the aging process could be dangerous. So, is any of this working?
Wearing just sweats and sneakers, this pizza delivery guy is trudging back to his car after making a delivery. A police officer has a question for him.
You delivering a pizza, bro?
20-year-old Connor Stefanoff just walked half a mile to deliver a pizza to a hungry customer. Then he had to walk the entire way back because the road was closed. Then the officer pops a big question.
Did you get a good tip?
$2.
How much was their order?
$40.
$40 and a $2 tip.
Yep, that's a 5% tip.
Are you kidding me?
Officer Richard Craig is plenty outraged. Officer Craig actually offered Connor $15 of his own money. Then he came up with a bold idea. Start a GoFundMe drive. It's working. Donations are pouring in. More than $11,000. A far cry from that original tight-fisted 5% tip. It's now a 27,500% tip. Holy cow.
I heard a loud start, and then I noticed that the car was gone.
Shantae Tidwell says her car was stolen in front of her home back in June.
It was glass everywhere.
A loss of property, a violation of her own space. Tidwell says after filing a report, she was told her car was found months later at a Morningstar storage on W.T. Harris Boulevard. That's where she was quickly met with two surprises. A car that was stripped of everything.
They took everything. They took the steering wheel, they took the floor pedals.
Along with more than a $900 storage bill of missed payments.
And I had to take ownership of the unit in order for the police not to tow the car. They call me every month about the payment and they harass me.
Seems like it happens nearly every day. Overheight trucks hitting overpasses and getting stuck under bridges and in tunnels. One of the worst crashes happened in July of 2021. A truck hauling a water clarifying tank hit the Roosevelt Circle overpass. The damage so serious, it forced the state to shut down a portion of 93 South. The fix in this case required crews to remove parts of the bridge and decking. Mass DOT estimated the cost of the damage at more than $1 million. Records obtained by the I-Team show the state has already spent nearly $500,000 to make emergency repairs. Meantime, the owner of the truck, Dove Transportation of Lincoln, Alabama, has not paid the state a dime.
Companies. In the meantime, who's paying for it? You and I, and the taxpayer.
Colin Kaplan runs Taste of New Haven food tour as an evangelist.
Thin, crispy, chewy, and charred.
It just isn't like the pizza you normally have.
Well, if you're from New Haven, this is our normal pizza. This is our normal.
You're first hit by the sweet zip of tomato. The sauce is the star. Then the earthy, smoky crust. Blackened, yes, but not quite burnt. Measure of a landmark restaurant is who they've served. But what may be more remarkable is who Sally's has turned away.
There's a couple of occasions like Reagan wanted to come in on Thursday. No, he wanted to come in on Monday. No, we close Monday. We don't go down there.
Reagan, the president.
The president.
Later, Rick says Bill Clinton and Al Gore failed in their attempt to grab an early lunch.
Explain that. The president of the country says, I'd like to have a pie. You can't open a little early for him?
No, very simple. Yeah, we respect you for the presidency. You two got your job, we got our job. Don't hold a grudge, come on.
This entire portion of the arena has collapsed. Look at that, just happening about an hour ago. That had happened around 11 o'clock this morning. Luckily, no one was injured. As you know, the building was already in the process of being demolished. Barber says that fortunately, the roof of the arena just fell the way it was intended to collapse. And another piece of good news, those mosaic tiles inside the Civic Center, ones they were trying to salvage, were not damaged by the collapse. At least one person who lives in downtown Mobile says he felt his entire house shake when the roof came down.
The sidewalks were supposed to have been cleared from Sunday's snow. There are still some icy patches. So who's responsible for making sure there's no slipping and sliding?
There's a lot of people that have fallen already.
Luckily, we didn't see anyone take a fall on the ice, but scenes like this are accidents waiting to happen. So who's responsible? Acting Sanitation Commissioner Javier Lohan says it falls on the neighboring property owner in most cases. And if they don't clear the sidewalk within a few hours, they'll get a fine. Lohan says more than 4,000 summonses have been issued across the 5 boroughs since the snow fell on Sunday. There are some exceptions for snow and ice removal, like if there are icy patches next to a subway station, it's on the MTA. If snow or ice is near a bus shelter or in front of a school, call 311. If it's next to a police precinct, contact the NYPD.
It's a tweet that's now gone viral. A person posting upset and complaining about a $920 parking violation at the University of Houston, along with the barnacle placed on the windshield. That's a boot-like device put on people's cars with 5 or more citations with no parking permit. The new device rolled out in December, and according to U of H Parking and Transportation Services, the charge for receiving a barnacle is $75. As for the other charges, that depends on the citations themselves and how long they haven't been paid. Other students who've been on the receiving end of a barnacle for outstanding tickets say beyond the costs associated with them.
Well, at first I was thinking to myself, okay, well, that's another financial burden I have as a 21-year-old that's just trying to get my degree.
Every spot here has to be paid for and you have to have a permit, and that's what we're enforcing.
Historic deep freeze along the Gulf Coast is causing total chaos out on the roads. On one stretch of highway, troopers responded to more than 100 accidents. And all of the collisions have also led to massive traffic jams, with some stuck in their cars for 15 hours.
Elise Trono was stuck in a nightmare traffic jam in Atlanta that started at 9 p.m. and didn't end until 12 hours later. Bobby Fesmeyer had her 3 youngsters in the back seat for 14 hours. College student Emma Worley takes the prize. She was stuck for 15 hours on an icy highway.
No one knows what to do.
She was the hookup queen.
Lock her stinky ass up.
A JetBlue flight attendant that said that she could get you anywhere you wanted for a hundo or two.
Gave her $4,000, gave her $6,000, gave her $8,000.
But when it was time to fly, the confirmation numbers were non-existent, and JetBlue, they caught on to her and said, I
want her to be caught.
They fired her for selling her flight benefit passes, leaving dozens of people, including celebrities, out of tens of thousands of dollars.
She's really good con artist.
She's married to a popular MMA fighter and uses his status to market discounted plane tickets to the masses. And that was indeed true. JetBlue had been on the case for months, launching an internal investigation into Beale and eventually firing her a month later for violating company policy. As a reminder, customers should only purchase travel from authorized channels or verified travel agents.
Ron DeSantis bought a 70-inch Roku TV at a Park City Walmart. But nearly a year later, the TV started glitching. Gene was given different instructions and explanations from employees as to why no one could replace the TV.
The very first thing they said was, we can't scan the receipt. So telling me to take it up with O&N when O&N manufactures that TV specifically for Walmart is ridiculous.
He says the problem is people tend to confuse return policies with warranty. And that's true even if you didn't buy an added warranty.
I did not believe that I would be arrested. They treated me as a criminal.
They arrested you?
Yes.
Classrooms, super lice are biting. And what we're seeing with lice in the United States is that it's not really responding to those over-the-counter chemical treatments anymore. So experts recommend one of these kind of really intense combs, a lot of hard work and attention to detail to get it all out. Super lice is back, crawling through Valley classrooms following the start of the new school year. 77 cases of lice out of 850 students. The school won't go on record, only saying that all parents have received a notice, had to visit the experts after her kids caught the bug, and she was warned super lice has evolved over the years.
The chemicals don't kill the bugs, and you still need to comb everything out.
And once all the bugs are out, kids and parents can breathe a sigh of relief.
Houston is putting the brakes on so-called space savers. People there use everyday items to hold the parking spots that they've spent hours digging out from the snow. Now the city is just clearing them away, throwing them in the trash.
After a relentless barrage of storms and more than 100 inches of snow, household items like high chairs, crates, and laundry baskets have practically become permanent fixtures on cramped city streets. Some of the items even come with a note. But now the city is cracking down on the space-saving system, much to the dismay of some Bostonians.
We have more mounds of snow than we actually have parking spaces.
Monday, under orders from the mayor, sanitation crews began treating the placeholders like trash.
Now at 10:30, thieves caught on camera in the act stealing a fire hydrant for some quick cash, but causing thousands in damage. It is a crime
This is costing local cities thousands of dollars in replacement costs, but more importantly, it's putting a lot of people at fire risk. With a crowbar and a sledgehammer, the thieves go to work. For more than 25 minutes, they struggle to wiggle the bolts, then snap off a fire hydrant. More than 60 stolen in Pomona in just the past 4 months. Police say the thieves sell the hydrants for about $100, but it can cost municipalities up to $5,000 to replace a single hydrant. But so far, no arrest.
Stole $300,000 worth of expensive wheels and tires.
Crippled, no tires, no wheels, top dollar trucks and snazzy Camaros left on blocks of wood, many with shattered windows, says the general manager at Ancita Witten Chevrolet. Those responsible caught on camera in a rental truck, bolt cutters at the ready. Probably with tools pit stop mechanics use to change tires on race cars. Here it was 39 trucks and 6 Camaros in 5 hours.
Per vehicle.
To steal 180 wheels and tires.
Tonight, the drama over the country's egg crisis reaching new heights. This video showing the brazen robbery of a cafe in western Seattle by so-called breakfast bandits making off with 3 cases of eggs.
Let's rob the eggs.
Seattle police now asking for the public's help to crack this case. And in Pennsylvania,
I don't know how someone would be able to do that.
Authorities still searching for those behind the theft of 100,000 eggs from a processing plant last week. Some grocery stores left with none on the shelves, and national chain Trader Joe's now limiting shoppers to just 1 dozen a day. TikTok videos showing Costco customers across the country desperate to buy in bulk.
And all of a sudden the truck starts jerking in the middle of the car wash, and I started honking my horn and the car stopped moving.
Workers running in to help.
And one of them reaches over on the ground and lifts up my running board.
Employees later telling him they put in the wrong code. The wheel washers that he didn't pay for came out and ripped off his running board.
You can see that's steel. That's not aluminum, it's not plastic, that's steel.
Now his driver's side running board looks like this. The bill to fix it coming out to more than $2,500. After an hour of filling out forms, the company saying he'd hear from them in 24 hours. A week later, silence.
I sent emails to your public relations department and 2 presidents of the company.
See what we can do and where we can go from here, all right, boss?
All right, Christopher.
Be as hopeful as possible.
Thank you, buddy.
Still nothing. News 4 reaching out on our own, twice.
Nope, we've been advised we are not giving any statements to you people. Thank you.
This is coming from the Department of Transportation, stating they're suspending federal funding that was intended to be distributed to states from the National EV Infrastructure Formula Program. That provides funding to add chargers, mostly along the interstate highway system. Now, the letter does say that states will be able to receive reimbursements for, quote, existing obligations to design and build stations, quote, in order to not disrupt current financial commitments, suspending this federal funding. Now, presumably this federal funding has already been congressionally appropriated here. That's why the letter says states will be able to receive reimbursements. This $5 billion government EV infrastructure program, their president, Genevieve Cullen, with this statement saying, quote, investments in charging and refueling stations are creating jobs and expanding consumers' transportation choices in every state. So we'll keep an eye on this to see whether or not any of this changes. But for now, federal funding has been suspended for the National EV Infrastructure Formula Program there.
We have breaking news. A massive 8.0 earthquake has just struck the Caribbean Sea. This is not just another earthquake. This is a major event, and the potential fallout could be devastating. The quake's epicenter was right in the middle of the Caribbean Sea, but tremors were likely felt in Mexico, Cuba, Honduras, Nicaragua, and beyond. While it didn't directly hit land, the real danger now is the risk of a tsunami. To put this into perspective, 8.0 magnitude earthquakes are extremely rare. The higher you go on the Richter scale, the more destructive they become. And an 8.0 is no joke. It has the power to cause widespread damage, especially if a tsunami follows. Right now, this is just a preliminary estimate. The magnitude could be adjusted up or down as more data comes in. But make no mistake, this is a huge seismic event. Authorities will be closely monitoring the situation for tsunami warnings, and we'll update you as soon as we know more. This literally just happened, and I wanted you to be among the first to know. If you have friends or family in the Caribbean, make sure they stay alert.
It's a secret treasure hidden under a house for almost 100 years.
We were always told that our house was built by a bootlegger, and now we actually have some proof.
Inside the walls and under the floorboards is a stash of bottles from the Prohibition era. Many of the bottles were bundled together and wrapped in brown paper and straw. Lift off the cover, and there's banned booze straight out of the gangster Al Capone era.
This wrapper includes a bottle of the finest Scots whiskey procurable.
Check out the label, Old Smuggler.
1923.
And found even more bottles.
Check it out. Look at the cork.
Some of the hard liquor has evaporated over the decades.
Do not do well.
But there's still a lot left. Nick Drummond and Patrick Bonker bought the fixer-upper in the tiny village of Ames, New York. Population just 140. Intrigued by the house's history, they did some research and say they found that the original owner was a local bootlegger, Adolf Count Humpfner.
He sort of died unexpectedly in our living room, leaving behind a huge fortune. Let's give this a go.
This one has a lot of people up in arms. 2 girls were trying to board a United flight in Denver when the gate agent stopped them, deeming their spandex leggings were inappropriate. The outrage began at Denver Airport Sunday when 2 girls were denied entry onto a United flight by the gate agent. The reason? They were wearing spandex leggings. Passenger Shannon Watts tweeting, "She's forcing them to change or put dresses on over leggings or they can't board. Since when does United police women's clothing?" United immediately responded, "We do do have the right to refuse transport for passengers who are barefoot or not properly clothed. The reaction on social media, fast and furious. Since when are leggings inappropriate? Is United Airlines fashion police or misogynist? United later clarified the girls were traveling on the airline's PASS program, which provides free flights for relatives and friends of United employees. The airline told us it has stricter dress code requirements for these non-revenue passengers.
United's policy does seem a bit more sexist than other airlines because they restrict leggings, they restrict mostly articles of clothing that women would wear, while men are mostly free to go as long as they don't wear flip-flops.
Rowlett man planning a vacation abroad is worried now after his new passport came with a warning.
Tony Aratam is and always has been a U.S. citizen. But when he renewed his passport this year, it arrived with a letter.
Please return your invalid permanent resident card.
It's a necessary step, the letter claims, for immigration to, quote, update its systems to reflect your current citizenship status. More commonly referred to as a green card, it's not a document Aratam has ever had or ever needed. Both his previous and newly issued passports list his birthplace as New York, so he called the number provided. Aratam says he was told to visit the nearest U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services office. That's nearly a 30-mile drive away in Irving. And the next available appointment here is in March. Even then, a department spokesperson told me there's nothing it can do. Since Aratam never immigrated, this office wouldn't have any record of him. He was hoping to celebrate his 50th wedding anniversary with a trip abroad. Now, he's having second thoughts.
Breaking, will your tax dollars disappear tomorrow? Distribute 8,000 checks to 90 million Americans. Washington insiders have revealed an explosive double offer: the elimination of the federal income tax, plus the direct distribution of 8,000 cash checks to all women and children in the country. This is not pipe dream economics, says the Treasury Department whistleblower. We're talking about historic tax breaks and New Deal level spending. Elon Musk's midnight tweet ignited the firestorm. Government waste auditor finds 2,000 in bogus spending, enough to pay for 4 stimulus checks. Economists clashed on air between "this will energize small businesses" and "this is just gasoline on an inflationary wildfire." Key unknowns remain. Will men enroll in payment plans? Can the IRS dismantle its $12 billion bureaucracy by 2026? This isn't just about policy. This is class warfare with a calculator, warns the Fox business analyst. As the tug of war between Congresses intensifies, one question dominates the diners in Washington. Will Americans trust a system that first takes 24% and then give back $8K?
Now to the West Coast, where critics are slamming a new water supply plan in California as alarming.
This morning, growing questions about the effectiveness of a plan to address California's water crisis weeks after the deadly wildfires. President Trump recently signed an executive order directing the Army Corps of Engineers to release billions of gallons of water from 2 reservoirs. But many locals are slamming the move, one water master calling it alarming and scary. Between last Friday and Sunday, 2.2 billion gallons of water were released from dams at Lake Cahuilla and Lake Success. Many farmers are furious, saying it will leave them without enough water to irrigate later this year during the dry months. Another issue, the reservoirs are in California's Central Valley, far from the LA fire zone.
It's literally physically impossible to get the water out of.
But EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin defending Trump's decision.
President Trump made his priority clear. We want to make sure the water is flowing. We also want to make sure that there's access to safe drinking water.
Meanwhile, a financial boost for wildfire victims. Organizers at the Grammy Awards and at last week's Fire Aid concert announcing the events raised a combined $125 million for relief efforts.
Police want to warn you about. It's a new way they're discovering counterfeit money. Take a look and see if you can tell the difference.
We use the counterfeit pin.
It's a well-known way of finding fake bills. The counterfeit pin, something the owner here at Bullwinkle's Family Restaurant relies on.
You definitely don't want to get any counterfeit bills. It's out of your pocket.
But this tool to stay safe won't work on all counterfeit bills.
The pins don't work on it because it is actual currency.
Specifically, bleached bills.
The bleaching is new to me.
That's something officers here in Seymour are seeing for the first time.
They're using a bleaching solution to bleach the ink off of 1s, 5s, 10s and then replacing that with 20s, 50s, 100s.
Police say a lot of times they're seeing these counterfeit bills being used in places like Starbucks or gas stations, any place that's busy or crowded with a lot of people coming and going. They're cracking down after finding these just a few weeks ago. Though these might look like $100 bills, they're actually only tens, and you can tell that by the strip inside.
Donald Trump just changed the U.S. divorce law, the end of the 50-50 asset split for divorced couples. Since the beginning of his term, Donald Trump has implemented drastic reforms. One of the most controversial changes he is considering concerns divorce laws, which he believes are unfair to men in the country. Trump has stated that he wants to revise the current legislation, arguing that it allows women to become wealthy after a divorce simply because they married a rich man. Just because you married a wealthy man doesn't mean you should walk away with half of his fortune and become a rich woman after the divorce, Trump declared. The president believes that divorces in the United States have turned into a profitable business for women, and it's time to put an end to it. According to his new proposal, if a woman needs financial support after a divorce, her ex-husband will be allowed to lend her up to $100,000, as long as she can prove she genuinely needs it. For Trump, this sum may seem insignificant for a wealthy man, but it should be enough for his ex-wife, he insisted. It's my money, I worked hard for it. It doesn't matter if we were married for 6 years or 25, or even if we have kids. If the woman can't afford to raise them, she should leave them with me, he added. These statements have sparked intense national debate between family law attorneys and women's rights groups. What do you think about it?
Teacher served with an eviction notice for using appliances.
Michelle Meliette says the eviction notice left on her front door came as a shock.
Please take notice that you have committed or permitted to exist.
It went on to say she and her daughter had 3 days to vacate their 2-bedroom, $1,700 a month apartment in the Mission.
I thought, where am I going to go in San Francisco with my daughter and my dog?
And the reason for the eviction? Her landlord contends the illegal in-law unit Michelle's lived in since 2007 isn't safe because it lacks the proper permits.
What the landlord's saying is that this tenant of 9 years is creating a nuisance by using appliances.
Michelle's attorney says it's a first-of-its-kind legal strategy in a city with an estimated 30,000 to 50,000 apartments that don't comply with safety codes.
It's really going to open up evictions all over the city.
For now, Michelle is in limbo, getting ready to leave, but hoping to stay. Her case is likely to go to trial next month, a case she says she can't afford to lose.